We're going to have Commissioner Thomas lead us in the prayer, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us.
Please join me. Gracious Heavenly Father, we're so thankful to be here today, just here to do our county's business. We're just thankful for everyone that came out and just took part of this process. We just ask for your peace and your civility and your wisdom to just be with us tonight and just help us to make the best decisions to move our county forward. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, first is the approval of agenda. I got a couple things. I want to move Jerry's item to just after the public hearing because it's approval of a proclamation that's going to be presented under awards and presentations. Larry, I don't see a problem with it passing, but I'd like to move my item, which I'm going to hazard a guess that a lot of people are here to talk about, right before the consent. So after Larry's presentation, we'll go straight to my item.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add an add-on agenda item up underneath my agendas.
Okay. Any more changes? We get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second. Got a motion and a second. All for the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. David or Louis, the public hearing on the family homestead exemption.
Louis will kick us off.
All right.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. This is an ordinance to adopt the family homestead exemption density standards to the Land Development Code and the comp plan amendment adding policy 110 establishing this exemption was adopted on May 6, 2013. On page 3 of your agenda items, it goes over the specifics of what this ordinance does, but it basically implements that comp plan policy. It exempts these lots from the minimum lot area, lot width, and lot depth standards. It specifies that you shall have a minimum of 1/2 acre of buildable areas for each of these lots, and it specifies what the submittal requirements are for these sorts of subdivisions. We've attached an ordinance to this. The Planning Commission reviewed this item on May 13th, and they recommended an amendment to the ordinance, which we have attached we've included as attachment 3. Staff is recommending that you adopt this ordinance with the Planning Commission's recommendations, which is option 2. So we're recommending approval of option 2, and we're available to answer any of your questions on this.
I think this is a good idea for our families and homestead property.
This is for folks who are owning the property prior to 95.
Yes, if you have more than 20 acres, then you do not have to have owned it prior to 1995.
And there was one clause in there that's going to be in there that will help a lot of people is if you have less than 20 acres that you can have between 2 acres and 20 acres and still be able to do it as long as you owned your property in 1995.
That's correct.
I think it's a good thing, and I'm for it. I've got one thing that just want to make sure that we're aware of that concerns me a little bit. If someone divides their property and the parent parcel is less than 20 acres and say they give an acre to their child, they're not going to be able to further divide it even with another application for another child.
Correct. I think if they owned it after 95, so they'd probably be smart to go ahead and divide it up at once. Could they? Well, I guess if you had 3 kids at one time, Heather, am I right about this? You could go ahead and cut out 3 pieces of property at once.
With if you had 20 acres in 1995, yeah, you could cut out once, but you wouldn't be able to further divide after that.
That's right.
You could do it for your 3 kids, but you just couldn't come back later and do it again.
So that's important for the public to know that you'll get one shot at it if you're under 20 acres, and so.
Well, I want to further comment on that as well. I also agree with that, and it's something maybe as time goes on that we want to go back and maybe revisit that date in the comp plan, for the simple fact of if but, well, no, tonight we're dealing with the land development code, but with the comp plan, if somebody did it now, their child they gave it to, as time went on, they wouldn't be able to do it. So, but that's another issue. But as far as this tonight, I think the land development code as it's written is good.
And I'm 99% for it, so I'm going to certainly support it, but I'd like to say, and I said the last time it came up, that the state statute that gives us the authority to do this makes no reference to when the property was purchased. So, if I had my preference, I would take that tie out to the comp plan, and that way we'd be more consistent with the intent of the state statute, but I'm certainly for the rest of it.
I also agree.
That is a motion to option number 2.
Yes.
I second the motion.
Is that what we wanted? Louis? Option 2, right?
That's correct.
Any more discussion?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Howard.
The concept of the ordinance is good. It has the potential for abuse down the line, and some counties that have, as I understand, have implemented this have chosen to later remove it because of problems. I'm told by staff and my discussions with them that there's enough reasonable safeguards that are built into this that maybe we won't have that, but I think we should expect some problems in the future with this.
Not as many as I think as we have with the family enclave. Okay, any more discussion? Any citizens? Off the motion? Aye. Any opposed? All right, Jerry, let's do your item.
Okay, basically, my item, we have an agenda item that requests the board to approve a proclamation declaring June 17th, 2013 as Larry Tucker Day, and approve to name the Maritime Center Boat Shop the Larry Tucker Watercraft Center. And that's an agenda item, and we need a vote on that before we go into the proclamation. So,
Okay, is that a motion?
that is a motion.
Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second it.
All right. Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Howard.
I'm a little confused at how this thing came forward. I personally read about this before it was even on our agenda. An article in the Tallahassee Democrat saying what the board was about to do at our meeting, and the agenda had already been printed and at least a rough outline, and that wasn't on it. I think that what I would like to see maybe moving forward is that when there's a commissioner or there's a person that wants to name a day or a building or anything else, that we would at least have an opportunity to discuss that before it came to the board, and hopefully reach a consensus on that, and have a board moving forward with an item rather than being put on the spot, so to speak. And someone comes in here next meeting and wants another, day named after somebody. I think it should be the board moving forward as a unit.
I've said in the past, I really encourage everyone, whenever possible, to talk about an item under discussion items before it's brought back as an agenda item. But
And I'd also like to see, maybe on something like this, that it at least be a supermajority vote or a unanimous vote, showing that the board is totally behind something like this. I'm going to be voting for this because it's already before us, but I'd like to see us set a policy in the future that we can simply move forward as a board on these special namings with at least a supermajority vote.
I would personally disagree with that supermajority on this.
Well, I think the point that I agree on, though, is it would be nice to have some sort of policy, on this. But
For Commissioner Moore's edification, I did say that I was voting for this.
I know, but going forward, I still don't want a supermajority on that.
all right. Any more discussion? All for the motion?
Aye.
No opposed. All right. Who's doing the award? Jim, you doing the award?
Yeah, I would like to call up to the podium Mr. Lowry and to bring your friend with you up there, if you would, please. Mr. Lowry is the executive officer, I guess, of the Big Bend Maritime Center. And Mr. Tucker, would you come forward, please? I think probably what we will do, Mr. Lowry, if you would go ahead with whatever you want to do, and I think I'll let you read the proclamation. Okay. What? Okay. Larry has been one of our strongest supporters for the Maritime Center. He's been on our board of directors probably longer than he wants to be. He's been on our board of directors. He's been an active volunteer on our maritime festivals. He was our first oral history project. And if you want to really get a taste of old-time Florida, particularly the Panacea area, go by the visitor center. We've installed a box that has his recorded voice on it, and you can listen to Larry talk about how he learned to build boats from his uncle 58 years ago, 60 years ago, somewhere in that neighborhood. When you told us it was 58, that's a couple years ago. So that is a real treat. I mean, there's one quote there that I particularly like. I'm not going to get it perfect, but it's more or less that his uncle told him, Larry, if you live down here and you need something, you just better learn how to make it yourself. And basically, that's how they lived in those days. So, Larry, thank you so much for all of your support and whatnot. We have produced this sign to put on the Watercraft Center. The original art was done by Clay Level. So we have Clay Level. So we have Spring Creek roots here as well. I'd also like to introduce Roger Penholster. Roger is in charge of our boat shop, and he has just completed his second 5-day camp for kids, summer camp for kids. During each of those weeks, the group of kids built a boat. That works. Wrote it down by the dock there and so forth. It's an amazing thing to see the product
going to move on to my item. I'd like to, if you'll indulge me a couple of minutes. There seems to be a lot of misinformation going on around there about what I'm proposing. What I'm proposing is to allow a variance inside the 35-foot buffer zone that's closest to the wetland, if and only if to deny that variance would mean your property is useless. So in other words, if the only option you have to use your property is to get inside that 35-foot band, then I want to set up a procedure to allow variance. And let me give you a couple quotes from the existing comp plan. It mentions the 35-foot band, the 40-foot band, and then it says the Wakulla County BoCC may establish a variance procedure that grants reasonable use of residential and non-residential properties in relation to the buffer. It goes down later in policy 4.1. County shall require site plan review where development project is directly contiguous to wetlands or involves disturbance of wetlands, so as to assure that no wetland or required wetland buffer is disturbed except in accordance with the following standards. Standard number 1 is no wetlands or related buffers may be disturbed unless the BoCC makes a finding that no reasonable alternative is available to avoid a taking and allows for reasonable use, and that the nature and degree of disturbance is the minimum possible. I got a letter from the 1,000 Friends of Florida earlier quoting this section of the code 4.1. They even put it on the letter saying you don't need to make any changes because you already have this in your code. I agree with this letter 100%. 100%. But up in the earlier section, part of the code says the 35-foot band is a no development area, even though it later says we can grant variances in it. Heather has interpreted this to mean what it says. It says no development. That means you can't do anything with it, correct? You can't.
That's correct. The variance procedure currently applies to the 40-foot.
Okay. I think the intent was, clearly, after what I've read, is that the variance procedure was meant to apply to the entire 75-foot buffer. Again, I agree with this letter from the 1,000 Friends of Florida 100% as it relates to that. Next part of my item is removal of isolated wetlands, and have only the comp plan protections or restrictions apply to those wetlands that through surface waters are connected to waters of the state. In other words, if you're sawgrass marsh, if you're a river swamp, any part of a river swamp that flows to either a river or an ocean, all those would enjoy the protections. So, and you may say, well, why do you want to do that? Well, back when this was done, there were no protection for isolated wetlands. And in fact, the entire premise that allows any of this to be there is related to stormwater discharge. Policy 2.3, the county shall not allow any stormwater discharge to flow into a wetland, rivers, blah, 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 which at the time you could do that. With today's laws, you cannot do that. Isolated wetlands are now protected under state and federal jurisdiction, or state jurisdiction anyway. So I don't believe that a pristine salt marsh or a Wakulla River swamp rises to the same or needs the same level of protection that a mosquito bog in downtown Crawfordville makes, which this current setup we have does not distinct between a isolated wetland and a connected wetland. So what I would propose, and I'm going to make a suggested motion later because I'm not going to pass the gavel to make a motion. If I can't get a motion, then we're dead in the water. Is that we use the same criteria that we used for the 45-foot buffer variance, which Louis can grant in-house now, which has very specific things. It had to have been platted before 1995, which was when the comp plan was done, so you can't have a modern lot and go want to do something on it. You can't, see, if the lot of record has less than 2,800 square feet of buildable area, and they have other, you have to have exhausted all of your setback variances before you can get any sort of wetlands variance. This does not say people can go out and start filling in wetlands or building on wetlands. I don't know how many times I've seen that. Even if we take out the isolated thing, it does not mean you can build on wetlands. They're governed by the state. You cannot go fill in a wetland. no matter what we say. That's like us voting to say you can drive 80 miles an hour on 319. We don't have that authority. It's ludicrous. So my suggested motion would be that we direct staff to revise, bring back a comp plan revision that changes the language to allow the board to come up with a variance procedure, and I'd recommend we use the same procedure we use for the 45-foot zone, to allow people to use their property if it's otherwise going to be taken as related to that 35-foot buffer. And I would suggest we change the comp plan language to only have the wetland restrictions apply to those waters, those wetlands defined as waters of the state. And thirdly, that I get the board's permission to work with Louie and Heather to bring something back before the board. So that's my suggested motion, if I can get somebody to make it for me. If not, we'll move on.
I'll make the motion so we can allow the people who have come to speak a chance to speak.
Okay?
Second it.
All right. Hey, Katie, how many cars we got? About 60?
36.
Okay, we're going to do 2 minutes apiece on these cards. Please, there's passionate issues on both sides of this aisle, so please respect each other. Please don't do name calling or yelling or make personal attacks. Please respect the 2-minute time zone, because there's a lot of people that want to talk on this. And if I hack your name up, please forgive me for that. I got a pretty hard one here. Marcy, it's like maybe Norwegish last name.
Very first one
Yes, ma'am.
that I signed in mine.
Well, she gave it to me last. I wasn't going to try your last name, so forgive me.
That's okay. Good evening. My name is Marcia Bierregard from Shell Point here in the county for 26 years. And while I thank all of you for your service, I certainly hope that you are looking forward to the future long-term, not a simple thing that we can do at the moment that makes somebody some money or move things along a little faster than they should be. This county deserves to be kept with as much wildlands as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Tim Jordan. There he is.
Thank you. I would like for you all to consider abolishing the wetlands ordinance. I think there's 67 counties in the state. Only 2 of them have a wetlands ordinance, and they're both getting sued right and left, and I think that's going to continue. We don't have biologists on our staff. We don't have hydrologists on our staff. We don't have environmental lawyers on our staff, and we've already lost $600,000, and I think that's a civic sin in the making, and I think it's just a waste of energy. We got a good state wetlands ordinance, and it's good enough for 65 other counties, and they have quite a bit more private property than we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Chuck, you're next.
Thank you, gentlemen. This is all about the isolated wetlands. Now, I've offered to discuss isolated wetlands with you numerous times, and if you would ever like to do that discussion, I would be happy to take place. They are extremely important. They have a significant function in our environment, and this removal will affect them. The big concern here is that once you remove this, it can never be reinstated. You know, the Bird Harris Act basically makes this a permanent activity. And I don't think you're correct in assuming that the state laws will protect these isolated wetlands. The state doesn't have enough people to monitor their activity, and the protections are very, very limited as far as state activity. What you have is a good way to keep our wetlands protected, and these wetlands provide food sources for a host of birds. They absorb water drainage from big seasonal events like Debbie we had 2 years ago, and it's real important that we protect these systems in our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Peck?
I hope my time doesn't start till I get up there.
No, it won't.
I'm Dana Peck, 2481 Surf Road. I came tonight to ask the question, how does this proposal make sense in Wakulla County? For years, this commission has taken tax dollars from property owners to promote tourism, specifically ecotourism, based on the waterways, the rivers, the beaches. And we're even going to have an environmental institute here. And now you come forward with a proposal which would allow more poison, more contaminants, dry up the wetlands or destroy the wetlands. Those two ideas are not compatible. This county's prosperity depends on tourism. We can be on the map. Wakulla County can be on the map with ecotourism. It will not be on the map with whatever motivates this bad proposal. We can only guess at the motivation here. Is it construction? Construction is a short-term gain for very few people. Why, even a couple of you are in the construction or land development industry. Is this just simply for quick profit? Or are you looking at the prosperity of all the people in this county down the road for decades to come? Do you want it now, or do you want to take it, or do you want to think of everyone first? What you should be proposing here tonight is 180 degrees from what you have in front of you. And that's the way to aggressively protect these lands that are the source of Wakulla County's future.
Thank you. Sandy Tedder?
I'm Sandy Tedder, Sop Choppy. I just think that this was a very bad decision to make for the county. I think for our present people and the future generations, our water is one of our most valuable resources, and we should be adding protections and not taking them away.
Thank you, ma'am. Walt Dixon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Walt Dixon, 97 North Lake Eden Lane. First of all, we talk about these wetlands, and I was on the original committee that with Wakulla County Landowner Association when we fought for 1,000 Friends of Florida, Wakulla and the St. Marks River Protection Group, and DCA. And what came out of it is not exactly what we agreed to that day in the Secretary's office. But the first thing I want to point out to you is property rights. You know, we're guaranteed property rights under the Constitution of the state of Florida. And basically this wetlands ordinance and the comp plan that's there is basically a taking of your property. Basically that's what it is. And also let me point out that over 70% of the land in this county is owned by the government. That's where most of our wetlands are. So the 30% of the land is left through an agricultural land. And so there's very little land that's going to be affected by wetlands if you do not have an ordinance. And I'm urging you here tonight to let's get rid of this wetland ordinance. Let's get rid of this wetland protection that's in the comp plan. We don't need it. We need to protect property rights. And I believe that for you gentlemen around the platform of getting rid of the wetland ordinance, and I hope you'll stick to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Stan Brown? Commissioners, I come before you. I have very little profit. I don't have a piece of property or I have anything else. What I do have is a lot of people that come to me that desire to build a house. Many of them that bought lots that were platted in previous years by previous commissions that thought they had a right to build a house. And those are the ones that I have to inform what the wetland ordinance does and what they have to go through to be able to, and that they may be denied.
I think because the commissions before you have platted lots and granted the right to build a house on that lot, that this commission could find every way possible to enable people to do so and enable the professional staff that we've hired to go back and do those things. If we're going to have an ordinance, then we at least ought to try and comply with what commissions have promised in the past. The other point I will make is I listened to the addresses of all the people that come before you. I wonder how many of them have looked at their home and see if it complies that their house could be built under today's ordinance. Well, I don't see because we've got ours, we deny other people. I think once we plat a lot, then it's the commission's responsibility to try and enable people to meet a good standard on that lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Pisecki.
Ron Pisecki, 137 Royster, here representing Friends of Wakulla Springs and the Wakulla Springs Alliance. And we're totally against, we've sent letters against moving forward. But I want to address property rights, because I've talked to all the commissioners, and I want to talk water quality. Now, we as a board, we as a county, impinge on property rights all the time. We passed the Springs Protection Zone and put in certain restrictions. You cannot build certain properties in the Springs Protection Zone. Commissioner Bender, I told him I was going to reference him, led the charge when he was a commissioner to expand the performance-based septic systems, not to just be within the protection zone, but county-wide. Why? He was concerned, and so are the commissioners, about water quality throughout the county. This board, prior 4 boards, have all indicated that water quality is of the utmost importance in the county. You're pushing right now to expand the sewer system. Why? Get people off of septic systems, put them on sewer, improve the quality of the water. You're impinging on their property rights. You're going to come back to those same property owners within a year and force them to abandon their septic system on their private property and hook up to the county system. Why again? For the benefit of the whole, to improve the water quality. So please, when you're thinking of property rights, it's a two-sided street. You as a board, every time you pass a regulation that deals with building codes, with garbage pickup, you're talking property rights. And almost every board has looked at the county as a whole over an individual citizen's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Pat King.
Hello, I'm Mary Pat King. I've lived at Shell Point for 20 years. I'm opposed to the revision of the comp plan, and I'd just like to make a few points. I'd like to say that wetlands are vital to the health of the environment. They filter and remove pollutants. They serve as nursery grounds for many of our commercially important fish, shellfish, and wildlife. During storm events, wetlands collect and store the excess storm water that runs off uplands, as well as the waters from flooding rivers. Loss of wetlands leads to proportionally reduced populations of fish and wildlife, and they support our commercial fishing, tourism, and recreation industries. Without wetlands to reduce water pollution, the safety of some of our drinking supplies could be threatened. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anita Nash.
Hi there. My name's Anita Nash, and I'm here to ask you respectfully, very respectfully, to reconsider passing this. I don't think it's a good idea for our future. I understand that it means some people are not going to be able to build, and I'm sorry about that. It's going to impact our future because we've learned from South Florida examples, when you destroy wetlands, that you have to go back and put them in again. And that matters here because most of where we have plats to build are on top of our very most vulnerable aquifers. If you destroy what treats that water before it seeps in, then your drinking water is destroyed too. So I just think that those mosquito ponds, excuse me, serve a lot more service to our entire community than what it might appear to be at the surface. On top of it, our taxes are going to go up if we have to start paying for restoration projects. Those projects cost millions and millions of dollars for just a couple acres of restoration. So I'm just asking you, please don't do this.
Thank you. Frank? Linda Mood?
That's it.
Thank you for having me, gentlemen. As regards your first part of your proposal, it seems very similar to the original wetlands proposal. Is that correct? The one that's already in the books? The one about the variance?
Yes.
Okay. I won't address that. I don't really have a problem with that if it sticks pretty much to the original law. The second part about isolated water systems bothers me because I think it's very difficult to isolate some of these water systems, in all fairness. I don't believe any of you men want to destroy or disturb or in any way denigrate the water system that we have and the wetlands we have. So I believe I'll be preaching to the choir to tell you what you need to do. But I have concerns about that based on some knowledge of water movement and so forth. And I wish you'd reconsider that provision of your proposal. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Byron Price?
Gentlemen, most of what I have to say has been said, so I'll keep it short. But I too believe that the Florida Department of Environmental Protection can do the job. They've been doing the job for the entire state of Florida. They're fully staffed with experts. I don't see a single environmental expert sitting before me right now. I'm sure we have some on your staff. I would hope so, since they've taken a lot upon themselves, or at least this county has. But DEP can do the job, has done the job. The last thing we need is another level of government, another level of bureaucrats getting in the way. I assure you, the Department of Environmental Protection is definitely a big enough pain in the butt if you want to do something with your land. We don't need two pains in the butt. So I really wish common sense would prevail. Now, if you haven't figured it out, I'm in favor of what Commissioner Merritt is sponsoring. Although I'd go a step further and totally repeal it. It's not necessary. It's counterproductive. It's duplicative. It's going to cost the county a lot of money in lawsuits. I hope people would band together. There's a perfect class action lawsuit brewing here now. And some hungry attorney, or some smart attorney, hopefully, will figure it out. But you're doing away, you say, well, they won't be able to build on their property. Well, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry it doesn't get it. I'm sorry it doesn't get it. If you're going to take his property, he can't build on it, buy it from him if he wants to sell it. If he doesn't want to sell it, establish the public necessity of taking it. The way it's supposed to be done when you take somebody's property.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not through yet.
Well, your 2 minutes are up.
Okay. On the sign ordinance, that's just as stupid.
All right. Heidi Fox.
I'm Heidi Fox, 198 Mount Beezer, and I'm opposed to the proposal. And I just want to say this county is so beautiful and such a treasure to the citizens of this county and our children and the whole state of Florida. And water quality is a significant resource, and we really need to protect it in every way we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg? SK? Okay, all right.
Hello. I'm concerned about the proposal to eliminate the 35-foot no-touch wetland buffer and eliminate the county protection for isolated wetlands. I've had the impression that my county was trying to be the destination for tourists interested in the many natural attractions of the country. Saving wetlands seems like one of the most important things to foster this unique type of tourism. In addition, it is well known that the wetlands are a nursery for much of the aquatic food chain. I observe these when I walk by some of the small tributaries in the isolated wetlands near my home, which are considered today may not have immediate consequences. However, our sister countries in southeast Florida are planning ahead for sea level rise and higher tides. Wakulla County, with all of its coast, should be careful of making changes that could affect tides and potential saltwater intrusion. We need to be stewards to our country, to our county, and show future generations that we are aware that we are in a period of climate change. I support the existing 35-foot no-touch wetland buffer rule and also support the county protection for isolated wetlands. Please vote no on these proposed changes.
Thank you. Bob Danzy Sr., followed by Bob Danzy Jr.
My name is Bob Danzy Sr. I live at 306 Cajun Posey, and I oppose the wetland ordinance.
Thank you, sir. Bob? There he is.
Well, thank you for letting me speak. I want to start with saying, my name is Bob Danzy, Jr. I want to start with saying that I would just as soon you make a new motion, and that would be to take the setbacks out of the comp plan altogether. I appreciate what you're proposing, Randy, but that's the direction I would rather go if I have my say. You take those out altogether, and then you're able to deal with the wetlands ordinance later. The reason that I oppose this is a few facts here. We have over 500,000 acres of national forest. It's over 70,000 acres of refuge. The people that oppose this get to have all they want, all the mosquito holes they want to have out there, and we won't bother those. But up here where we live and work and try to make a living, then I have to say that I would rather have different rules. There's a funny thing that's happening here, and that's that a lot of people are getting up here and speaking, and to tell you the truth, those people couldn't live where they live now had this ordinance been in place during the time that their house was being built. So I really don't understand that. I don't understand how they can come up here, talk about what we can't do, what they don't want us to do, but yet they're willing to live in a place that's built within 75 foot of waters. There's also one I think that are the most important things is this county put into place this ordinance several years ago, and then it was so strict they had to come back and take their stuff out of the ordinance. In other words, they couldn't mow their parks, they couldn't mow down beside the road unless they exempted their stuff. I know this to be true.
Thank you, sir. Boy Danzy? Get that one right?
Thank you. I'm Boy Danzy from here in Crawfordville, and I would just like to say that I oppose the wetland ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Danzy?
Guess what? I oppose the wetlands ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Langsford?
Dave Langsford, Panacea. I'm neither an opponent nor am I a proponent of the wetland ordinance. However, I feel that protection for the isolated wetlands should be some consideration given there. Whether it's like you're proposing, or whether the wetland ordinance itself is the one that governs. There should be a somewhere in between there to give property rights or property owners the right. As far as the 35-foot barrier is concerned, I don't think that should be violated. I've seen too much where constant traffic and everything close to a place that you're wanting to protect gradually recedes away from it. And they're awfully fragile. We know that. And also you might ask the fishermen from South Florida what's happened to the fishing industry in South Florida when they covered over the wetlands down there in South Florida. They're up here now. They're fishing up here. So I think you ought to keep some of these things in mind and maybe modify the wetland ordinance. But for gosh sakes, I think you ought to take a real close look at it, and close look at your proposal, Randy. Thank you.
Thank you. Eugene Watkins?
I'm Eugene Watkins. I've been a resident of Wakulla County for 30 years, and I oppose the new ordinance for the wetlands. We're very lucky in Wakulla County to have the fisheries we have. I'm sure many people here enjoy the scalloping and fishing on the flats, and there's been articles about grouper fishing and stuff like that. We're very fortunate up here to have that in this area. Somebody mentioned Florida DEP will help protect us. Let's look at what DEP did down there in South Florida. In Tampa, you used to be able to get scallops in Tampa. They haven't been able to do that for 30 years down there. We got one of the last places you can get scallops here in Steenhatchee. Talk about property rights. Think about the rights of fishermen, rights of everybody here to go out on the flats and get scallops, to go grouper fishing. We made a special proposal here to open Wakulla County's grouper season so people could go grouper fishing. All this stuff is going to be endangered by what's been proposed here today. I brought a bunch of facts about wetlands. One, we were talking about inland sinkholes or mosquito ponds. Those are part of the wetlands. They're part of the coastal wetland. We have a karst system here. Anything that enters a pond quickly makes it to the coast here. Wetlands, one fact I got here that I thought was interesting. Most of the other facts I looked up have been mentioned already. Coastal wetlands in the southeast are worth $80 billion. That's because of the fisheries it creates and all this. Creates jobs. Development, you might create jobs for the next 5 years, but the people who sell bait, sell fishing gear, people who are commercial fishermen, they depend on that coast, and those are jobs forever. If we just sit here and worry about the next 5 years, we're going to ruin it for people, and we're going to ruin Wakulla County. And I appreciate your time. I appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you. Again, the motion on the floor is related to coastal wetlands and rivers, is only to allow a procedure for a variance if your property would otherwise be useless. That's what's on the floor, not to fill in wetlands. William Galpin?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am for this isolated wetland getting rid of. It should be gotten rid of totally. But I became involved in a isolated wetland that we didn't know that was there. Property sold. Buyer didn't know it was there. When you go out there and cut it with a tractor, which is heavy, there's no mud. There's just foliage just like the rest of the lot. But this is what has happened is taken a very buildable piece of property, beautiful piece of property, and made it worthless. This isolated wetland hoopla. And so I'm definitely against it.
Thank you. Kathy DeHaan?
Yes. I am opposed to anything that lessens the current ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Truman? Austin. Yes, sir.
I oppose that ordinance you're talking about, and I think Florida has a pretty good wetland system, the state does, and this county has a lot of taxes we pay out. I talked to one of the county guys today to get a road marked with lines. They said the county don't have no money to pay to paint the road, and I think we got a lot of other things important also besides just wetland. Thank you.
Thank you. Eleanor Elfer?
Eleanor Elfner, 7 Gulf Breeze Court, and I've sent each of you an email about my concerns. Not only the concerns about making the changes so quickly after we have already adopted a wetlands ordinance, but also using staff time and attorney time to do that rather than to deal with some other issues. I appreciate Commissioner Merritt taking the lead on this. He knew it was going to be controversial, I'm sure. I did get 2 responses, and I really appreciate that. The question of citizen input is, we had lots of citizen input back when the ordinance was being worked on. In fact, they were held in various parts of the county. I think what we're losing sight of is the really long-range picture. If this county is going to be a viable county for people to come to and be part of, we have to have a good natural environment. We need to reinstitute a really good seafood industry, and we need to let people know that it's the natural resources that are going to drive our decisions for the future, not the immediate information. The only thing I've heard today that I am surprised wasn't in the original ordinance, and I did not read it all, I read the other information, was that if the land was platted and somebody had bought that before the wetlands ordinance went in place, that they would have some special recognition for what they could do with that land based on that original information that was available when they purchased it. But at this point, I don't think that we ought to go back and spend a lot of time making major revisions to this. We have to have those natural wetlands, the isolated ones as well as those attached to the others, in order to have our seafood industry and the tourist business.
Betty Ann
Corzini. Okay. I know that. That is Corzini.
Corzini.
Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening, everyone. I first want to say that I very much appreciate all the hard work that you Commissioners do. I know you spend a lot of your life involved in this county, and I respect that very much. This is the first time I've spoken here at a meeting, and this particular issue about the wetlands has brought me to my feet tonight. There is buzz in this county that's way beyond the number of people in this room about making changes to the wetlands ordinance. The wetlands and the environment of Wakulla County are at the heart of who we are as a county. Who we are now, our economic, environmental well-being, and what's going to happen to us in the future. This is not an issue of making fun of the people who are pro-environment, because we're all pro-environment here. That's our bread and butter. Not only our bread and butter, it is our pride, it is the future of our children. I think it's very important that all of you are guiding us now and our directions right now here in Wakulla County. We count on you. And I will tell you that the people that I have been speaking with, the people who have been calling me and emailing me, some of whom could not be here tonight, said, please go and talk to the commissioners. Talk to the people who are making decisions for us. Because we need you behind us economically, environmentally, and in terms of who we are as a county and how we think about ourselves, our very identity here, that not only we here love, but people external to us who are the people who are coming here in the future to live and to be a part of us and the economy.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Richard Shepard.
Good evening, General. My name is Richard Shepard down at Panacea. I believe in the property rights, and I have been directly affected in with this wetlands ordinance. As a landowner and as of a loss of employment, which nobody has brought that up, due to the wetlands ordinance that's in the county. And a lot of people would have had employment for at least the next 2 to 3 years, and I was one of them who will not have that employment. So we need to get rid of the wetlands ordinance, and that's all I got to say.
Thank you. David Damien.
I'm David Damon, Crawfordville, and I've got a little PowerPoint here, and I keep hearing about property rights, but what I don't hear, and I heard the last gentleman, I understand what he's saying, but what I don't hear are the property rights of people that are flooded out as a result of people filling wetlands and the isolated wetlands. And this isolated wetland issue is huge. You make it sound like a little mud hole somewhere. There we have a picture of a wetland. When you fill it in, you kill the wildlife, the whole ecosystem is destroyed. Here's an example. You can see, it's hard to see with the lights on, but right here was a wetland, and right here was water running through that wetland down to the refuge. This is an example in that art. Somebody comes in and they fill their property. Sure, it's their right, right? They earn it. I keep them the property rights. We can fill all the wetlands we want. That's the size of 2 or 3 football fields. Now what happens to that water? That water has to go somewhere. It's no longer that person's problem. The person down here gets it. Right there is where it all goes. What does that look like? And what happens to that person and their property rights? There you go. See the big yellow X? That's where all the water went. That started in January of 2006. Wakulla County officials allowed it to happen. This is what that property looked like after Debbie came last summer. Completely surrounded by water. Interestingly enough, the volume of water was equal to the amount of fill that the neighbor up the road put in. What about the property rights here? That's a 4-foot backyard fence. The BoCC cares about property rights. I ask you, who's? The developers that we keep hearing speaking for destruction of wetlands ordinance, or the general public?
Thank you.
Their vote tonight will answer that question.
Want Sue to continue, David, with the presentation?
Hers is different.
Okay.
Do you want me to continue, Randy?
It's up to you. It's your 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you for having me here tonight, Sue Damon. Let's talk about who profits if we vote against protecting our wetlands. It's not the people of this county, the ordinary people of this county who voted you into office that will profit. Instead, it's the developers, the realtors, and the investors are going to profit, and you all know that. Jerry Moore took in over one-third of his campaign contributions from this group. Roughly $13,000 is the amount that the influential realtors and developers invested into Moore's campaign. Moore owns 359 acres on one of his many parcels in our county. Mr. Moore spent over $3 million for this one piece of land, and according to the property appraiser's website, it is only now worth $60,000. Is this baby supposed to go? Right click. Grazie. Okay. So, alright, so $60,000 at this point. How much more valuable could it become if we could fill in those 98 acres of mosquito ponds? By filling in his 98 acres and selling his property with the value to the adjacent properties, he could stand to make $1.6 million just on the 98 acres of wetlands. Then he still has another 261 acres that he could develop. Overall, he'd wind up making $6 million on that $3 million. The question is, will Moore profit by his own vote? Is this a voting conflict? Will he maximize his personal profits? He is a developer, and this was not a cheap piece of land. Should Moore be recused from voting on his wetlands ordinance and on the comp plan? Now, our attorney has said that because Mr. Moore's property is not currently in the stages of being developed, that it's not a conflict. However, does the attorney, is she aware that Mr. Moore plans to do in 6 months from now? Can she know what's on his mind? The one thing we can be assured of is that Mr. Moore's property will increase in value by leaps and bounds if this comp plan passes this change. At any rate, the citizens deserve to know if you, Mr. Moore, will recuse yourself, and if not, why. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lambu?
Vic Lambu, 272 Pond Lane. Gentlemen, what brings people to this county? What is our economy? It's the wetlands that produce our seafood that both our sport and commercial fishermen harvest. It's the wetlands that attracts and feeds the birds that people come to bird watch. It's the wetlands that produce the plants and the landscape that we come to watch. It's our golden goose. Do we want to kill our golden goose? Do we want to make it sick? Very sick. We're talking about 35 feet. We have a 35 feet on. That's just a little bit more than these rows up here. Does anyone that can't have a property big enough that he needs to use that 35 feet to get to zero difference between the wetlands, should he be building there, or should he make a bigger building? What don't make sense that you think the 35 foot is keeping people from building in Wakulla County? Isolated wetlands. Isolated wetlands are very important. They are big wetlands. These are wetlands that you can't navigate through by a boat. And that's very important. It's a big part of that wetlands in our county. And who is going to protect them if we don't protect them? The state, I understand they have 2 people that is, for 6 counties that they oversee. So if we don't protect our wetlands, they are going to be gone. We're going to be like South Florida, built up industrial. No, we're not going to have the natural environment that we have. I pray for you, don't kill our golden goose. Don't get our golden goose very sick. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Matthew Hodges?
I came out of a failed construction business 15 years. Speaking to the mic. I came from a failed pumping business, 15 years of pump concrete for different outfits. Construction is so short-term, it's unbelievable. Our wetlands are so long-term and important. There's fishermen, I mean, 200 or 300 in Wakulla County that are jobless at the moment because our wetlands are not healthy. We go to building and protruding in them, it's just going to make the problem worse. We got a drought. We need to pray for rain. Building houses, it's not the answer. Putting more attractions, that would boost the economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Hugh Taylor?
Thank you, Commissioners. Hugh Taylor, 1357 Martin Luther King Road. I'd like to talk about a couple of things. The Wetlands Committee was formed and spent over a year, 5 people, 2 staff people, working on the current wetlands ordinance. It was scientifically based, it had a legal basis, had an engineering basis, so it was an engineering committee. And there's a little more than this common sense that I've heard bandied about. The first rule, it seems to me, of common sense is you don't crap where you drink. Meetings were held over a year, and no one up there, with the exception of Commissioner Kessler, expressed any interest. I dare say, like with your 2 o'clock p.m. meetings, if anyone had won on the 2 p.m. meetings, no one would have been elected. If anyone would have won on compromising this 35-foot buffer, they would not have been elected. The health of our water supply was dealt with, private property rights, takings, the Burt Harris Act, the whole thing was covered in that year. Had you been there, you would have seen all of that. The continuity of clean water was important. Now I'd like to speak a little bit about recusal. I think Ms. Damon covered some of it. But I have 2 recusal forms from Commissioner Moore. He recused himself on votes on commercial property, and this is the reason. One of the reasons. I'm a developer and build commercial centers the size discussed. I'm a developer and build commercial. If those are legally correct opinions from our attorney, and Mr. Moore had the right to recuse himself for those reasons, I suggest tonight that both Mr. Moore and Mr. Merritt, because of his commercial developmental interests, recuse themselves from the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I must be making a lot of money I don't know about. Joan Hendricks?
Hello, my name is Joan Hendricks, and I live at 438 Beechwood Drive, and I've lived in Wakulla County for 22 years. Now, I think Wakulla County is very progressive in establishing a wetlands ordinance. It shows we care about our environment. Now, someone mentioned to me that the changes regarding the wetlands is about freedom and property rights. That is not accurate. When an individual buys property, they know if that property has wetlands on it. They know if it's going to flood. And they bought it of their own free will. The board is willing to subsidize these owners now by allowing more variances and filling in if their property or more building in the wetlands in lieu of protecting all of the wetlands. Once those wetlands are gone, they're gone. They cannot be replanted. It's time to draw the line in the sand now and leave it alone for all the reasons that have been discussed here tonight. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie Turner?
Good evening. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm here to ask you to keep the current ordinance in place and protect our county's wetlands. When we protect wetlands, we protect our drinking water. Wetlands help filter the contaminants. When we protect wetlands, we protect our fisheries. Wetlands provide habitat for our aquatic wildlife. When we protect wetlands, we protect our properties and our homes. Wetlands mitigate flood damage. Wetlands provide the important economic service of protecting the quality of our water. Please keep the current wetland ordinance in place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Wilson Cook?
My name's Wilson Cook, 110 Rio Paz Trace. We've been living here for 12 years since I retired, and I'm standing to request that you not go forward with wasting more of the county's money on an already settled issue. You brought this up last year. The county resoundingly told you that it was against our best interests that you do this, and I would encourage you to enact a new rule and go back to the 75-foot buffer zone and get rid of the 40-foot variance.
Thank you. Diane Cook?
My name's Diane Cook, and I am against the changes to the ordinances.
Thank you, ma'am. Lloyd? Yes, there you go. That's what I was just fixing to say.
Hi, good evening. I'm Lloyd Sally Cruz from William Lake Road. This is my second time, 14 years I'm coming from the board. I'm against this proposal. Like many people have said tonight, this been hashed over and over and read over or whatever. I don't think it's right. We should be alone. We talk about property rights. I do have property rights. I live in behind 50 acres of wetlands. And when I bought my property, I know what flooded. I didn't put my house there. So I don't believe people, you know, when you talk about other people property rights, it's going to talk about everybody. Okay? So talk about recusal. I do believe, and I believe that you have any legal ramifications about this law, I think you need to be recused, the one who got something to gain with. I mean, that would be the honest way to do it, and I believe that should be done. I mean, I don't know which one have it. I hear Mr. Moore. I hear the last one was you. I mean,
I hear too.
Well, I didn't know, so that's what I believe, that whoever got interest in that law and that proposal needs to be recused for voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Williams?
Karen Williams, 3875 Bloxham Cutoff. I oppose the wetland ordinance and support Commissioner Merritt's thing. Everyone keeps saying we're rehashing and wasting county money. There's no such thing as perfection, and you learn from your past mistakes, and you keep taking in the new data that comes in, and you tweak it and modify it as people see fit as time goes on. So I don't think it's a waste of time, but I think it's an item that needs to be seriously considered. Thanks.
Thank you. Marcia Tucker?
Marcia Tucker, 142 Oclotney Street. I really don't have, my property's not in a flood zone. I don't own property in the flood zone. But again, I am, and I know they don't believe this, but there is property rights. My ancestors settled here 150 years ago. And I can't imagine somebody going to my great-grandfather and telling him that he couldn't farm his land because they came up with an ordinance that, you know, because of the fertilizers they were putting on the ground or whatever at that time. The reason we're having the problems with the fishing is because industry, is because of the BP problems and our hurricanes. The hurricanes are something that God, there's not a whole lot we can do there. But I am for changing the ordinance. I just feel like DEP has our best interest at stake. We elected our state officials to come up with an ordinance that would protect our counties, and I think they're doing a good job. I think that if we continue with the way it is, there's going to be more lawsuits. There's already been lawsuits.
think over 600,000 that we as taxpayers have had to pay because of this wetlands ordinance. And so I think we need to take that into consideration. I also feel that, in fact I know, there's a few people that are for this ordinance that actually, one in particular that built the Stone Crab, a restaurant, in the middle of wetlands in the 80s. But I guess they've changed their mind now all of a sudden. I just want to thank you for what you do, and I just feel like regardless of what some people believe, I don't make money from selling wetlands. That's not what I'm trying to do, and I want to thank you.
Thank you. Dennett Rainey?
Gentlemen, my name is Dennett Rainey. I live at 690 Coastal Highway. And I want to say to each of you commissioners that the future of this county is in your hands. This county is, in my opinion, at a turning point. We've had 4 or 5 horrible years down here, tremendous unemployment, people moving out of the county, and I think that the prosperity of this county is up to you. Now, I've heard so much talk tonight about wetlands, and I have to admit to you, I'm not intimately familiar with what's going on, but I am familiar with what's going on in the economy of this town. And what I've heard tonight is a gross insult to the planning department. And the reason it's a gross insult is that no matter what your wetlands ordinance is, it's their responsibility that when somebody wants to build a subdivision, or somebody wants to build an apartment complex, or a store, or anything, they have the responsibility of making sure that the stormwater runoff runs off at the same velocity and volume that it does right now, that they do not increase the velocity or the volume of the stormwater. It's their responsibility to do it, to take care of that. I heard the other day that this county had lost some students in the school system. And I'm going to tell you that, in my opinion, one of the most important attractions to this county is our school system.
Thank you, sir.
Sir?
Thank you. That was 2 minutes. We're up. I got 2 other people want to talk.
Can I say one more thing?
Please wrap it up quickly, though. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just want to say one thing. The school system, one school system in our neighboring county is losing students to the point that the state is about to take it over. And this county needs your leadership to help it prosper, whatever that means. Okay?
Okay. Thank you, sir. Alfred Crum?
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Moore, I voted for you. I'm in District 4. I expect you to vote. The thing that, with all the wealth of wisdom that we've had presented here, 65 counties does not have a wetlands ordinance. 2 does. Chairman Merritt, I think you're lessening the liability of the county by clearing up some of these ambiguous areas. And I applaud you for taking this stance. You're going to get attacked quite a bit. But I think the 65 counties, they're very intelligent people there. We need to take their advice. We're going to be, after our sheriff's department, to cut their budgets. Everybody, cut your budgets. And we're spending this money wildly. We have DEP up here. Our planning department can notify DEP if they see a problem. We can answer these issues, and I don't think Wakulla County has the wealth to waste on some of these ways. And some of these individuals were right. If you said to most of these people, the one that hadn't committed these sins, throw that stone, I don't think many stones would be thrown. Because I think most people live in those conditions that they're talking about changing here. And if I had a belief, I would never violate that belief. I would never buy a home that someone else filled the marshland. And most of these people getting up here are in that situation. They have violated that belief. Commissioner Moore, I expect you to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. DeLacy Peavy?
I tell y'all, I hear all these same people getting up here year after year saying the same thing. All these tree huggers probably don't even own property. You got a county this big. We occupy about this much of it. You say the state and the government's not helping, they own most of this county. It's going to look like this forever. You know, I've been infected by the wetlands issue. I oppose the whole thing, but I know we're not voting on that tonight. But this is the lesser of two evils. I hope it passes. It'll help people out. They think that people standing in line to come down here and turn this thing into a Panama City, destined, but it won't happen. Who's got the money? Do you have the money to go develop all this stuff?
I'm broke.
I'm telling you, since about 5 years ago, there is no private industry. I work for the counties, I work for the state, and I work for the government. It's, you know, the private industry is dead. You know, and there's not enough property in this county that if you filled up every isolated wetland, you're not going to make a tick's turd's difference, because there is no property. You know, you act like you're going to be down here all in the marshes building houses. It's not going to happen because the county don't own it. They just, it's crazy.
Thank you. Before we get into big discussions, I'd like to address 3 points that were brought up earlier. There was a statement made that when they bought it, it was a wetland, so you bought a wetland, you got a wetland. Well, no. That's why I had suggested that our variance inside that 35-foot zone only be applied to homes that were platted before 1995. If you bought your lot in 1990, it was buildable. The county passed an ordinance in 95, it became unbuildable. So that's why I had suggested we only apply it to what's it called, lots of record prior to 95. Again, let me just reiterate, isolated wetlands will still be protected under this proposal by the Water Management District. I've dealt with them before. They're confident in handling it. There's been some accusation bantered about that I brought this up because I'm a developer or whatever. My family is beekeepers. They rely on tie-ties and tupelo trees to make their living. I can assure everyone in this audience, no one is more invested in wetlands than me. My family. You laugh all you want to, sir. All right, let's go ahead and talk.
Well, the first thing I want to know is, does the motion and the second stand? Do they stand? I heard that
Mine stands.
mine stands.
Okay. Who wants to kick it off?
I'll start.
Okay, go ahead, Howard.
So I've heard the $600,000 paid out on losses because of lawsuits brought against the county because of the wetlands ordinance. And I even had some people tell me, I heard it tonight, I've had some people tell me that at least one commissioner is saying things like that, and I just wanted to know if that is the perception of anyone on the board of county commissioners, that we have paid out $600,000 in lawsuits because we lost them because of our wetlands ordinance.
I don't know what the dollar figure is personally. I don't think the county has paid that out. I think the FAC or whoever settled the lawsuits, I'm not sure about the dollar.
Do you think that we lost any lawsuits because of the wetlands ordinance?
I don't know because of, but...
Well, a lawsuit because of the wetlands ordinance that we have, that a lawsuit was initiated and someone, even if it wasn't the county, paid out $600,000 or groups of money adding up to $600,000, or did we have one case, any case, that was sued because of a deficient wetlands ordinance?
I believe your name was mentioned in the ordinance, in this suit.
Well, what suit was that? What suit was that?
It was the Log Creek, I believe, was a suit against the county with your name involved?
My name was involved, yes.
Okay.
And I also brought up a thing here about slap suits. Do you remember, Commissioner Moore?
I don't think that was a slap suit.
Well, you don't think it was? Well, I certainly think it was.
Well, that's a matter of opinion.
That's fine with you. That's all I am. Slap suits are intended to do just that, Commissioner Moore. I'd like to ask the county attorney, to her knowledge, do we have any lawsuits against the county for a deficient wetlands ordinance?
Presently, no. And the Log Creek one was a very complicated one that mainly dealt with equal protection and development stuff, not specifically on wetlands. The one lawsuit that we have had dealing tangentially with wetlands was, well, directly with wetlands, but it wasn't settled on that basis, was the Crum and Tucker. That was the settlement was on public records, rather.
Right.
Whose problem was the public records? Who was involved in the public record disclosure in that suit?
Well, there was the item requested, and you're asking me to remember from 4 years ago, so there was a number of public records they requested. They did request specifically a Post-it note that was on top of a disc that could not be located.
And whose disc was that?
It was a disc of photos from Commissioner Kessler.
Thank you.
And it was not my Post-it note, apparently, when it was found. So, the point being is that information was given out to citizens saying that we the county, and if I understand that there was insurance companies that paid settlements, but none of those was because of the deficient wetlands ordinance.
I do think that we as commissioners should have researched that. We're the ones making the decisions, not the citizens.
Well,
I think we should
at least one of those commissioners did say something to that effect, just as a citizen repeated it this evening. Okay, that's just one thing. I just wanted to clear the air on that. If it made more confusion, sorry for the audience. So there were things mentioned on water quality and flooding and ecosystem with the wetlands, and we've gone through this many times. And the bottom line is that wetlands save us money, because when we don't have those wetlands, we're going to have to replace them with man-made structures that will try to do what the wetlands didn't do. And I understand, Commissioner Merritt, that you're talking about the buffer and not building in the wetlands. I understand that completely.
Only in very limited cases.
I understand that, and I'll get to that as well.
Okay.
So let me go through my points, please. So has a mechanism of interrupting the train of thought.
Not intentionally.
Okay, all right. So anyway, these, we have to bring in city water to areas whose neighborhoods become contaminated. Or let's go back to building up against the wetlands. When you get closer and closer to that wetland, you cannot help but degrade the wetland. That's the way it is. The closer you get, the more degradation. That's why for a long time, Silver Springs was protected because of the forest that was immediately to their north. But with the continued impact of population, it too became degraded and is degraded. But if we allow, and I'd like to say as far as the 35 feet, my understanding of the 35 feet was, yes, there was the ability to, at least in the first wetlands ordinance, to go into the 35 feet, but not with a house structure. It was to go in with a walkway that would be elevated across wetlands so that you wouldn't degrade the wetland in order to get to the water body or wherever you were getting to. So it would be this one-time insult, and then you left it alone, much like the homes in River Plantation have. So the encroachment on the wetlands will degrade the wetlands, will end up costing our taxpayers more money in order to replace the functions that those wetlands do.
Howard, along that train of thought, do you mind if I ask Louis, over the last several years, roughly how many parcels have come in and found out they can't build because of this 35-foot zone? I think 3, 4, I mean, is there a bunch of these?
How many applications have we had?
Yes, you've had it denied because they get inside the 35-foot zone.
Well, a lot of them don't go forward, but yeah, I'd say, about 3 or 4.
So, I mean, just to be clear, we're not talking about a landslide. We're talking about property rights of a small percentage that, because of the wetlands ordinance, is unusable because of our ordinance. That was my point. I just want to make sure everybody knows we're not talking about open.
Okay, I just wanted, was that intentional or unintentional?
Unintentional.
Okay.
No, that was intentional. That was intentional.
That was intentional, okay. All right.
Take your time, though.
All right, so if I can think of where I was, I will. So let me ask Mr. Santa, since we addressed the question to him. Of those that didn't go forward, was that to try to construct a building within the wetland of the 35-foot no-touch zone?
Yeah, they all involved buildings.
Okay, and that's the issue. See, if it's that small a case, and as it's said by one of the citizens in the audience, if you have to get that close to the wetlands and you know you're going to impact it significantly, is it worth building on those properties? And there's so few, then I think the county should be addressing it other than allowing this variance to go in there. I mean, that's the big difference. Do you allow the variance to go and use that 35 feet, or don't you, for a construction of a building?
What's the other way of addressing it that you mentioned? Buying the land?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. I think in the long run, it's going to be cheaper.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who would buy the land?
Well, you get one of the developers, or it would be the county?
Okay, if the county buys the land, where's that money come from?
Well, if the county has to replace and dig in retention holding ponds and other things, and bring in other infrastructure that these wetlands that were doing their job stop from doing, they start paying out for flooding other people's property, etc.
I think we understand.
All right.
Okay? All right. So, my thing is the wetlands save us money. And I don't think you have to be a tree hugger to understand that. And the thing is, it was mentioned that this place, Wakulla County, is going to look like this forever. I used to drive past, I don't know if it was like thousands or hundreds of acres of pure marsh. Everyone said, no one can build on this. If you go down to South Florida now, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of homes on that area that was underwater all the time and impossible to build on, and our DEP protected us by mitigating something with a mitigation bank that did away with all of that. And reinforcing what the DEP, the Florida DEP says, I spoke with them this morning, they will protect our wetlands if they know about it. And how are they going to know about it? Well, they have 2 people, they have 2 DEP employees that will monitor our 6 counties, of which we're one of them. And you tell me the chance of them saving our wetlands, as opposed to it being in our local hands. And that's what this is all about.
Coding for local code enforcement officer couldn't report the violation to DEP if it's an isolated wetland.
Well, if things run smoothly, I think I tried doing that once.
Okay.
Didn't work out. 1,000 Friends of Florida, I agree with the thing about no need to change that ordinance. I think the ordinance should stay in place. The other thing, I received a bunch of emails, and one of them was just very simple. Some of them went on, and I hope I got to answer most of the people, but it said, quote, "It is inconceivable to me that in the light of all we know, anyone could find a reason other than greed to destroy our wetlands. And building close to our wetlands destroys them." Let's see. Just want to get to one more thing over here, I think. So I don't think it's wasting money when we try to save our wetlands. I think it's saving money. And I don't think it's going to save us from lawsuits having to get rid of a wetlands ordinance that saves our wetlands. So that's my starting points.
Thanks, sir. Richard, you want to?
Well, to me, this is a matter of property rights. I believe one of the most basic freedoms of living in our country is being able to have the ability to own property and to do what you would like to do with your property. There's veterans dying every day for that freedom, and then now we have an elected body, you know, that as he's talking about, can vote to change that. But I strongly believe in property rights, and as Mr. DeLacy Peavy mentioned, most of our county involves in national forest, the refuge. We've only got a small part of our county to even drive the economy of our county, whether to build it. It's the only place we're going to have to live and to work. And there's one common thing. I received a lot of emails, and there's a lot of who have spoke tonight, and I enjoy listening to everyone who has come tonight, but there's some who have come tonight who have spoken who they already own waterfront property, and they maintain their property all the way to the water line on a regular basis, but yet they've come tonight and they've asked for no one else to have what it is that they have. And that mindset is kind of like, well, I've got mine, but I don't want anyone else to have theirs. And that's why I'm such a strong proponent of property rights, to allow someone that owns the property to have the use of their property. And that's why I'm supporting this tonight, because I believe this will allow someone to have more use of the property than what they have now. Whenever the wetlands ordinance whenever it was first adopted in the county, DEP didn't have the standards that they have now. So now, if we as a county, if we don't have the isolated wetlands in our ordinance, DEP is still going to be able to monitor it. And that's where I'm at on it right now.
Thank you. Ralph?
One section of our comp plan as it stands today says the second area, 40-foot band in parentheses, shall be restricted to residential development consisting of a dwelling unit where the site is so constrained as to constitute a taking if no development within the 75-foot buffer is allowed. So we've clearly defined there in our comp plan as it stands today that if we restrict development in that 75 feet, that constitutes a taking. Well, that 75-foot buffer is made up of the 35-foot buffer as well as the 45 or the 40-foot buffer. So if we've defined that a taking takes place in the whole, it would have to take place in the sum of the parts as well. And so I'm not going to go on and on about this. You know, I agree right there with Commissioner Harden. This is a freedom issue. This is a property rights issue. And if I make a mistake, I'm going to make a mistake on the side of freedom every time. You know, I'm absolutely understand and for the science of it, and I get that, but we have to be very careful that we find that balance somewhere in the middle. I think that people can live in harmony with the environment, and many people in this room are a good example of that. Or if you can't stand up and say that you're living in harmony with the environment, then, you know, maybe we need to determine whether or not we're in conflict. And if we're in conflict, it's really hard to point a finger at someone else. You know, if let's say our community came to an understanding that it's absolutely our #1 priority to protect the wetlands at all cost, if we believe that, if we take this to its fullest extreme, you know, would you guys be for an eminent domain case where we say, okay, if that's in the best interest of our community, now let's take those properties back and let's return them to the environment? Well, I mean, you know, if you're for that, you could do it yourself. I guarantee you, if that ever happened, I'm going to be your guy standing there fighting to protect your property because you own it and you have a right to do what you did. If you didn't cheat anyone, if you didn't steal that property, then you have a right to that. And I think that in this country, I dare say that each and every one of us can name examples of where we think the government oversteps and is encroaching upon our rights. I think everyone I talk to every day has some example of where that happens. Well, this is just another one of those examples. And when you live in a free society, sometimes that means you have to support things that you disagree disagree with for the sake of freedom. And that's where I am on this. I live on a little small hobby farm, and I do everything I can to be a good steward of that. I drink the water that comes out of the soil under my ground. I don't like to put a lot of pesticides and fertilizers and things like that. I try to be, I consider myself an environmentalist, but I'm not the kind of environmentalist that's going to use someone else's money to further my agenda. So I just have to stay on the property rights side of it. Thank you.
Let me read it from this 1,000 Friends of Florida letter one more time. We point to the existing Wetlands Policy 4.1, copied below, which already grants the County Commission the authority the chairman seeks. Of course, what I'm seeking is to allow variances. For this reason, therefore, we do not believe any changes are needed, as this provides adequate but limited flexibility to address unique circumstances. And let me read what they're referring to under Policy 4.1. I'm going to read it again. No wetlands and related buffers may be disturbed unless the Board of County Commissioners makes a finding that no reasonable alternative is available to avoid a taking and allow for reasonable use, and that the nature and degree of disturbance is the minimum possible to achieve development that is otherwise compliant with the goals, objectives, and policies of the plan. Right there, it says in our own comp plan that we should make standards for allowing variances so we're not taking people's property. Do you want to talk some more? Or?
Oh, everyone finished talking?
Well, Jerry, you want to talk too. But
no, I'll wait for Commissioner Moore to finish.
I'll finish after.
No, it's okay. I had my first turn. You can have your second turn.
I'll let you take this turn and I'll take the last.
Okay, you got it. We'll both miss the bus.
Or we can, neither one of y'all talk and we'll go straight to a vote.
Yeah. We may know more about things now than we knew in the past. So I remember as a kid watching out in the farmlands, farmer finish with some kind of oil or fuel oil or whatever, dump it on the ground. Here in Wakulla County, whatever we dump on the ground goes into our water, and we pollute it. When we know about things differently now than we did in the past, we should act differently. And that's the only point I think I'm going to make. We know more now of how these wetlands are so vital to our best interests. We have a Wakulla Environmental Institute that's about to open, and yet we can encroach upon these wetlands and degrade them. That seems wrong.
And we'll let Jerry have his piece and then we'll vote, okay?
Basically, I have several points on this. If today we applied the same rules that we have today, there would be nobody living at Shell Point, Oyster Bay, Spring Creek, probably in Panacea. So our whole coast, if we applied the rules that we have today, our entire coast would be vacant. It's a fact. Having said that, as Ralph mentioned, does anybody feel so strong about their position that they're willing to give up their location on those areas? I don't think so. I wouldn't be myself. At an earlier time we discussed nitrogen, and nitrogen was a big deal. It was all over the place and whatever. Up until, and what I'm getting at is what damage, the damage that we're talking about is a perceived damage. It's not damage that's actually happened or may be going to happen. It's what some few people perceive that may happen. So I'm thinking that with the FEMA, with what FEMA did, they just doubled the boundaries of what you can, where you can build in the county. So we lost the boundary that was the FEMA boundary has now just been doubled. So we just lost that additional property to build on. And talking about nitrogen, Wakulla County presents 0.6% of the nitrogen that goes into Wakulla Springs. So that issue is pretty much gone about nitrogen. There is a correction though. Somebody mentioned that I own 300 and something acres. I actually own close to 500 acres. And in that 500 acres, I'm a tree farmer. I'm a registered tree farmer with a 20-year farm plan to develop trees. I have sold one group of trees, I've got another group I'm selling, and I have a plan for selling poles. That's where the money is. But I have a 20-year plan on that tree farm. I would like to make that into a plantation. I would truly love to do that. If economy comes back, maybe I can. But I do support Commissioner's merit on the elimination of the isolated wetlands. But folks, it's a rule of law. You can't take people's property without compensating them. You can't have a piece of property and have the government come make a group of new rules that cause your property to have less value than it had prior to those rules. That is a rule of law, and they've got to pay you for it. I don't want to see the people who are paying taxes in Wakulla County have to pay more taxes because we took their property, because we don't have money enough now to operate our county government. But we certainly can't buy property that we put a rule on that devalues the value of the property. I will offer a solution. I agree with the removal of the isolated, but I would like to offer a compromise maybe that maybe quite probably in my mind it solves this, that if a person or a developer, he can build or develop according to the rules in the effect at the time he owned or bought the property. If somebody bought their property prior to us putting the rules on, that they can go ahead and develop and use that property as they, according to the rules that were then. I don't want to see us adding rules on top that affect their ability. So if you have a platted subdivision, you can go ahead and develop under the rules that were in effect at the time you platted the subdivision. If you're an owner of a piece of property, you can go ahead and build on that property whatever that with the rules that applied at the time that you had the property. So that affects the property rights of somebody where we've put something on top of them. Basically, another problem is that we're talking about the marsh and the wetlands and so forth. There are actually very few lots on the coast that are developable. Very few lots that are not platted for development that can be developed on. This is a beautiful coast. I live on the coast, but there's just such a few. We're crying wolf and trying to say that there's just some tremendous number of properties that will be developed that will degrade the coastal property. The problem that we're going to have in this county is not the developers developing around the wetlands or anything. And Mr. Pasaki is dead right on this particular point. Our problem on the coast is water and stream flow. It's the aquifer that we sit on top of and the lack of water that's coming into our area because of the farmers in South Georgia that are sucking it up for irrigation. That is where our problem is, and that's where our problem will be solved. It isn't the amount of most all the development going forward in Wakulla County is going to be on sewer. There are very few lots in the Wakulla Basin that will not be developed under a development plan, and those will be put most likely on sewer. As the county, we're working as hard as we can to get sewer into the center and to the upper part of our county. So your development then will be on sewer and basically. But anyway, I support your change on the wetlands.
All right, Evelyn, can you read the motion back, please? You have it, Andy? I'm going to put you on the spot.
I've got to approve to direct staff to prepare a comp plan amendment that would allow wetland variances within the entire 75-foot buffer and remove isolated wetlands from county wetland regulations.
Okay, and I had asked to give the board authority to work.
Well, I have that.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Thank you, Evan.
I'd like to make just maybe one comment. Several times it's been brought up about the Wakulla Environmental Institute, and a lot of my emails were centered on that. And I would just like to encourage all of us, myself included, not to make that a wedge issue. Best of my knowledge, every time anything came forward, we had a 5-0 vote that this board voted in favor of moving that forward. And I certainly am in no position to speak on behalf of them, but it is my understanding that they are not here to try to educate people on how to take property and how to isolate property. It's my understanding that this is about educating people how to live in harmony with it and have best management practices so we can be smarter and we can put in the systems that allow us to coexist. Without people here, the wetlands are really kind of a non-issue. They will solve themselves if we pull all the people out of the county, but that's not a practical thing. So, I would just like, they're going to be good neighbors and a good asset to our community, and I hope that we can just embrace them fully and not make that a wedge issue.
Thank you. All for the motion?
Aye. Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Pass 4-1. All right, let's take a couple-minute break.
Sorry. Okay. We're going to announce the citizens to be heard.
Very good. Thank you. It is a privilege to be here. My name is Kevin Hall. I reside at 82 Persimmon Road in Sopchoppy, and I'm coming before you to give a public thank you for the many decisions that you folks have to make. Gentlemen, I would not want to be in your shoes. I also want to thank your staff because they also prepare all of this information and get it to you so that you can make the best decision based upon the information that you're given by your own efforts. I would like to personally say a public thank you to Commissioner Richard Harden and also to Commissioner Ralph Thomas for your individual efforts in a discussion that we had of last week in regards to the code enforcement lien foreclosure that is happening within the county. In particular on the efforts of one property owner. These two have stepped up and have offered help in which we have many great things have already come out of that in just a very short 2-week period of time. And I would like to invite the rest of the commission and of course all of the public on Saturday, this coming Saturday, June 22nd, beginning at 8 a.m. we are going to join forces and come together to help one individual with a very dire need that he has. It's an opportunity for all of us to come together, and by doing such we will be able to help one person with many others that still need help, and coming together like that we can in effect help make change happen in the lives of our residents. Real quickly, a quick story. There was a young boy walking along the beach early one morning. The tide had washed upon the shore thousands and thousands of starfish. Every few steps he would stop and he would bend over and he would pick one starfish up and he would toss it back into the sea. This went on for quite a distance, and one gentleman who was watching him stopped the boy and he said, "Young man, what do you think that you're doing?" He said, "How can you possibly make the difference to so many starfish?" And the young boy stopped and he thought for a moment, and he bent down and he took one more starfish and he tossed it back into the water. And he says, "I don't know, but I just made a difference to that one." Ladies and gentlemen, if we would come together as a body, as a unified group of people willing to make change, we can make change happen in this community. And again, I want to thank Commissioner Harden, Commissioner Thomas, and all of you for the many works that you're doing. Thank you.
Where's your location to come to on Saturday? Where do we come to on Saturday?
Thank you, Commissioner. The location is on Family Circle. Family Circle is there in Sopchoppy, right off of Surf Road. It is a dead-end street. You will see the many people who have already volunteered to come out and be part of this Saturday, 8 a.m., the 22nd. Gloves and boots and a willing heart, and we can help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd also like to just give a word of thanks to Waste Pro. They donated a large rollback for this effort.
Good.
And also the efforts of Keep Wakulla County Beautiful to try to help raise volunteers. And a special thanks to Pastor Hall. He's really the one that inspired everyone to do this, and that's the kind of leadership we need in our community. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Preachers tell good stories, too. Mr. Lambu.
I'm a pass.
Okay, sir. Hugh Taylor.
Go on.
Okay. Sue?
I didn't even know that David filled out a card for me, so.
Yes.
You know, just one thought, I am very disappointed in the way you all voted, no surprise there, but, I'm a volunteer boat driver at Wakulla Springs State Park, and I have been for about 5 years. In those 5 years, I can tell you about the degradation of that water and of that park. You used to see anhingas all over the place. Now, if you go on a boat tour, I don't even see an anhinga sometimes. The bird life is down to nothing. And the fish, we actually have clear water now. The last 3 days, we've had clear water at Wakulla Springs, and we're running our glass-bottom boats. What is there to see? Nothing. Not one fish. Not one gar. Nothing but algae. It's really disgusting. And, it's what we do on land that influences the water. And we are talking about, you got yours and you don't need anybody else to get theirs. That's not what it was about. This place was developed before I ever moved here. I bought a home that was built in the 60s. But it's just, we got to think about our future. Because we're going to live in our future. And I've said that to some of you that might read your emails. But it's just very, very disappointing that I think that this board is very short-sighted. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. David?
Well, I agree with what Sue said. Very short-sighted. I think this was a quality of life issue tonight, and you guys just drug down the quality of life in Wakulla County just a little bit more. You hurt the commercial fishermen. You hurt the sport fishermen. You hurt so much of the ecotourism that we want to brag that we have here. You've all just brought it down a little. And this thing about property rights, please, I'm tired of hearing that. When people bought the property, they knew what they bought. And to say you can go in and just fill in randomly isolated wetlands, that is so wrong. And because I sent each one of you an email, that I've been a victim of that, and I'm tired of it. And this county's done nothing to help out. They looked the other way while it was being done. Those slides you saw, I live it. So, you guys did nothing for the county and the citizens tonight. The only thing you did was give away a cash cow to development. That's all it was. And it's so disappointing. You tried to limit citizens to be heard by moving the meetings to 2 o'clock. That failed. It's back. Now you've done this. The only thing I can say is I hope that you've got the sense to get the YMCA and run the community center tonight. At least do one thing right, and let's move forward with that. It's very disappointing in all of you, except one. Thank you.
Thank you. Chuck?
Chuck Hess speaking for CCAL. And I just wanted to make sure everybody knows that this Thursday night at 7 o'clock at the Wakulla County Library is the monthly meeting of the CCAL. And I'm sure your last decision will be on the agenda. Because it was truly a mistake to make that decision. Now, I was at a meeting the other night and I was listening to a local fisherman complaining about how he moved up here from South Florida. And in South Florida, they fought against this type of development and fought against this type of development. And he says, there's nothing you can do because money always wins. And that's what you're showing tonight. Why money always wins is because, all they have to do is win once. Once you win once, then it's over. It's changed forever. So, Mr. Merritt, you're going to get what you want. You're going to get it changed. And there will be nothing forever that you can do to protect it. because we'll never be able to afford to put those protections back into place. Because at that point, it will be a taking. Right now, it is not. And so right now, we can still protect it. But if you take it away, and you take away those protections, it's gone, and it's gone forever. That's what you want. I understand that, okay, because you don't believe that it will have an effect. But I can already tell you that, you know, 100 years ago, there were 20 million wading birds in Florida. 20 million wading birds in Florida. Well, we see wading birds all the time. But there's only 1 million wading birds in Florida. Okay, only 5% of the original population. Now, yeah, we still see wading birds. We still see lots of wading birds. But the landscape has changed. And what you're doing is you're taking one of the last areas where we haven't drastically changed the landscape. One of the last areas that still has great fishing. One of the last areas that has most of the biological diversity of the southeastern coastal plain. And you're saying, oh, I don't give a rat's ass, I can make $1. You're looking so short-sighted. And, you know, it's a really extremely bad decision, and I hope you don't move forward in the future.
Sorry, you said 150 million?
No, there were 20 million. Now there's down to 1 million.
How long?
Not turn of the century, 1900.
Thank you. Fred Bradford?
Thank you for this time. I'm representing the Panacea Congregational Holiness Church, and we have plans on building some new restrooms at the church to replace our old ones. We're in the process of our permits. We have all our engineered plans and everything, and we're at the DPA state. And what we're asking for is a waiver for the DPA application fee. We have two application fees, one of $550 and another one of $100. And we're a small congregation, and we do a lot of work in our community. Our youth in Panacea, we take care of burnout victims. We have evangelists throughout the world and the United States, and we have a small congregation, and we're limited financially. So I'm here to ask that you might consider the DPA waiver for our church restrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Langston? He left. Dennett Rainey?
Gentlemen, I just take 1 second to tell you that I don't think you did anything to drag this county down tonight. There's 4 of y'all up there, all 5 of you intelligent. I know Dr. Kessler real well. I have a great respect for him, and we just have different opinions. But I can say to you that this county needs some additional prosperity to save jobs, and that William Hawley's discussed tonight. And I just commend you on the vote, and I think you did what was best for the county. And we're not going to let this county get ruined. We're not going to do it. If somebody wants to come in here and do something that I think is destructive, I will be up here speaking against it. I promise you that. Okay?
Thank you. All right, next is the consent agenda. Can we get a motion on that?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second. We got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All for the motion?
Aye.
David, you're next.
This agenda item requests board approval of the revised proposed agreement between Wakulla County and the YMCA for the operations of the community center. Since the July 3rd board meeting, staff met with the YMCA and made further revisions to the proposed agreement. New revisions are listed, and they are Section 4A has been deleted. YMCA will conduct a feasibility assessment of the center before the final approval by the YMCA Board of Directors.
Is that what is 4A?
That's the sharing of a consulting fee, the $6,000.
Yeah, that's right. Section 5A has been amended as compensation for services provided under this agreement. The YMCA shall retain 25% and the county the remainder. Section 5B has been amended, YMCA, what that, this we all was talking about. Section 6I has been deleted, developing an independent advisory council to make recommendations on fundraising and community engagement activities. The YMCA will take care of that committee itself. It should be noted that this agreement is conditioned upon the YMCA will open when it reaches the level of 300 memberships sold in dedicated pre-sale initiative, as long as that does not go past April 1st, 2014, their date for opening.
I had asked...
We have Ray Purvis here. He can also speak whenever you guys are ready.
I had asked David that during the feasibility study phase, if they talked to the YMCA about the possibility of having a franchise fees for no better a user fee, because that's what we charge at the rec park. If you have your kid that wants to play ball, you have to pay a facilities fee, then you have to play for ball. And I know that it's not comparing apples to apples, but I hope kind of we could eventually get to where...
I talked to Ray about that, and they're amenable to that.
Okay, that would offset our costs for maintenance and utilities if we had that kind of fee. And I don't usually do this, but I want to explain myself a little bit on this issue before we get too much further into it. I talked to my own father. He said he was disappointed in my vote on the YMCA, so maybe I should explain myself a little bit on it. What I like about the community center with the Y in it is if, for the most part, if you're not using it, you're not paying for it. If you don't want a community center, you don't want to support it, you don't want to pay for it, don't join the Y. Hopefully we can get it down to where between possibly this franchise fee or whatever, that will pay utilities, it will pay the maintenance, it will pay everything, and if I'm not using it, which I probably won't, I'm not paying for it, or either I'm paying very, very, very little for it. Wouldn't it be nice if when your kids graduated high school, you say, all right, you're not using the school system anymore, you don't have to pay school board taxes anymore? That would be nice. I mean, that's not going to happen, but so that's, I'm on the conservative side of all issues or most issues, and I guess I just wanted to explain a little bit my train of thought on this. Basically, what I like about it is if you're not using it, you're not paying for it. So maybe my dad will understand. Probably not.
Question. You mentioned some change in section 6 rather. I misunderstand that.
6I has been deleted.
Provide annual projections or anticipated programs?
No, it was deleted prior. It was deleted. That took its place, and that was deleted to develop the independent advisory council.
So you took out the part about developing independent advisory.
Right. That was supposed to be a joint, but that's the YMCA is going to take care of that.
Now, I want to say also on this, we've had a lot of discussion about, well, you're giving it to the Y. From my discussions with the director, they're going to have control over one building. We'll still be able to rent out the gym, right, David?
Yes.
And the East building, which is now the one that has offices in it, basically.
That's correct.
So those will still be available to the public to rent. So if you want to get married, or if Katie wants to throw a big party for her youngin' at the gym, she can rent it and throw the party there still. And the Y will just have, I'm sure they'll do programs over there, but the building that's exclusively for them is the one building. And if not enough people join the Y, then it's not going to happen.
So where did we end up with Century 21?
21st century.
21st century. Ray, we can let Ray speak to that. He's here to speak to that if that's okay with you guys.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Right. This is the plan suit. Plan suit, you have 21st century.
Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to come back and talk again. I appreciate you all getting some of the more volatile issues out of the way before we took this one up this evening. I do want to just let you know that I've had substantive conversations with several different parties relative to the 21st Century Learning Center and the opportunity to bring some of those federal, through the state, through the TCC managing entity, those funds into Wakulla County in service to students. it's very much a possibility for us to do that, for us to seek out funding through TCC and to utilize those funds as a 21st Century Learning Center established at the community center. YMCA's across the country and specifically here in Florida do this on a relatively routine basis. Sometimes YMCA serve as a managing entity, much like TCC is in this case. Sometimes they serve as subcontracted service providers, as they also do in different places. The opportunity for us to do this would come through a grant application process. That process is underway. Have a meeting scheduled next week with the program manager for this program through TCC. She is currently in Iowa attending a workshop, and we are on for our first available opportunity. I've spoken with several different parties relative to the 21st century. The director here locally of the program out at the Baptist Church on Crawfordville Road, as well as some folks within the state and outside of Tallahassee as well who have intimate knowledge of 21st century programs. We are committed to applying for this grant. We are committed to bringing 21st Century Learning Center to the community center as part of the array of programs and services to the community. There are no guarantees, however, that we would be successful in the grant application. There are a lot of precedents that would suggest that the YMCA could be successful and would be successful, but I can't stand here and promise any of the concerns that it would absolutely take place. So I can commit us to pursue this with every due diligence at our power, and I'm fairly confident that we would have opportunity to be successful in providing those services, or in securing this grant to provide those services. But again, I cannot guarantee that. But the process is underway. They will be putting numbers together, and TCC will be putting numbers together and developing their list of service providers and who would actually be funded in the upcoming cycle to actually begin an after-school program, 21st Century Learning Center program, toward the end of the summer of 2014. That would be the soonest that anything would be funded. So I will stop there and answer any questions to the best of my ability.
I'll start.
Sure.
Sure. And I know I've asked you this before, but I just want to ask it again, I guess.
Okay.
The question of unfair advantage of competing with private businesses. The county will be providing you with a facility, and the small businesses in town are concerned that they will be at a disadvantage.
Yes, sir. And my response is the same as the time I was here before. Routinely, we will provide 30-35% of our revenue would actually be going out in scholarship assistance to needy families, to participants and members across the community. YMCA's turn no one away for an inability to pay. We stand by that. We would be diligent in our efforts to raise funds to help make that possible. We do this even when our operating revenues for our fee-based programs might suffer. Our commitment is to provide services to folks regardless of their ability to pay. We will be looking at income-based, household finance-based scale in terms of percentage of the fees, and we do our very best to make sure that no one is turned away. All I can say in terms of the competition, Dr. Kessler, is that YMCA's exist in hundreds and hundreds of communities across our country. They generally coexist amicably, and YMCA's, as other nonprofits, receive government funds for grants and all kinds of services all the time, and it is part of the mix of our business plan, not the only part of our business plan.
If someone individual were to want to join the Y to be able to work out in the gym, how much would it cost them? I think you have a proposed fee schedule.
Yes, sir, and the proposed an individual membership would be $40 a month, and now that is different from any additional facility fee usage that may come out of your suggestion in later discussion.
So right now, if someone wanted to join to work out or That's a membership that gets them all
Access to all the services of the YMCA, yes, sir.
$40 a month.
Mm-hmm.
Howard, do you have any?
Yeah. And one of the questions is, I guess, getting people to the Y, or people that are somewhat disenfranchised because of transportation.
Yes, sir.
Are there any plans for the YMCA to address this issue, especially as it relates to Panacea?
I don't have any specific plans because I don't know what resources there might exist at this point in Panacea. Typically in a situation like this, we would work within the community and try to develop partnerships with churches and or other groups that might have transportation. We do not own a fleet of buses. Most YMCAs generally do not get into that, but we would typically try to find and partner with groups that might be able to provide transportation in some manner. But in all honesty, Dr. Kessler, there's no plan for it. There are opportunities for discussion. Certainly we would try to eliminate any kind of barrier to access to the YMCA, but we will not be operating a fleet of buses.
Okay. And the 350 membership level to start off with.
Yes, sir.
How fixed in stone do you think that is?
That's an optimal point. That will not cover all of the operating expenses, but it's an optimal point to suggest to us that we're going to be able to continue growing membership. Fixed in stone, it may be that we look at that and we say it's 300, 325, 350, but as I've maintained in conversations with our advisory council as well as the county administrator, and I think at least what this group wants, is that we are not in a position to absorb an operational loss in terms of coming in and offering services to the residents of the county for an extended period of time. We need to know that we can actually run the business on a break-even platform or a revenue-neutral platform, or we can't do it. At that point, the cost of operating services to the community, whether the Y is running the community center or the county is running the community center, would be borne by the county. What we're trying to get to is a relatively revenue-neutral position where we're able to garner enough revenue from the various programs and activities and services of the Y to cover operating costs, so that it doesn't become something that then becomes drain on the budget for the county. But that number is an optimal number. I won't say that it's absolutely carved in stone.
And I understand the board has not taken a vote as of yet, but if the vote was positive and the Y moved ahead, do you have any idea as far as the rollout, as far as getting these memberships sold?
Yes, sir. Everything has to be staggered. As you are probably well aware, the county is well into the construction phase of the gymnasium. The last time I was down a week or so ago, the slab had been poured. I'm not sure if they've started putting the steel up yet. And then I spoke with the sheriff a couple of weeks ago following the county commission meeting, and he had intimated that it's probably December, January before the sheriff's department is out of the east building. So those kinds of things slow down the development and the renovation and things of that sort of the space. In terms of a pre-sale initiative, we would look starting in the early fall to start putting together the literature and the marketing campaign that we would implement down here. We would look at having some staff down here visiting different groups. I would probably be speaking to various groups in the community, but we would start the process in October, potentially, and then hopefully have some memberships sold. There would be the ramp up of ordering the equipment, putting the equipment in, all of those kinds of things. But we could conceivably, assuming all the permitting, all of the constraints were met, we could conceivably open operations sooner than April 1st, but that's there as a buffer, and make sure that if we do hit a snag somewhere along the way, we've got the cushion built in.
And the number of memberships that you have in this, well, that was basically the Y's proposal of the 350 were county of approximately 30,000 people.
Yes, sir.
How did you arrive at that number? Is that a number that's proportionate to what you see in memberships of Y in other counties?
It's not really a proportionate number relative to the number of residents. It's really looking more at the typical level that we would need to get the doors open and pay the staff and run the programs. There are, even with the support of the county, we've got to pay our staff, and we've got to buy program supplies, and we've got to, hire referees and all the things that go into running our different activities. And so that is designed, that number is targeted at being able to do that.
I have.
Well, let's,
Go ahead,
are
Richard.
there questions for this gentleman? If not, let's get a motion on the floor.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
have some questions. Basically, you mentioned just then the support of the county. We're not giving you financial support.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. We did find $250,000 to enclose your gym that I was not aware whatever. But
I
that's
would
neither here-
respectfully point out it remains your gym, sir.
That's right. That's good. I didn't want it, but that's all right. My concern is I just want to make sure that the taxpayers don't get involved in subsidizing your Y. You're very persistent in your presentation, and you're very good at what you do. So basically, in my votes on this sort of thing, I voted against the library when I first came on the board, hiring somebody. I voted against the fire department, hiring a new chief, and now I'm probably going to vote against you, so I've lost my library card, my fire protection, and probably now my Y card.
Actually, Commissioner, we don't turn anyone away from the ability to pay. You're more than welcome to come work out the Y.
Even if I didn't get a scholarship.
By the way, when you need a pool, who's going to build it?
That would be something that we would jointly look at the development. We don't own the property.
I understand.
So,
okay, I understand.
Long ways off. People all screwed up about that. Ralph, did you have any questions?
I do, just a couple. First, I'd like to thank you for looking at the 21st century. I think it's a big part of the puzzle that I'd like to see us make sure that we run those talks all the way down before we move forward with it. And it sounds like you're trying to do that. I did also look online, and I saw that they do operate together, 21st Century and the YMCA. I guess the big thing is whether or not it's going to work for here and whether or not it's going to impact us in other areas. You mentioned the 350 members get you started and get you going. Well, what's the number? What's the number that you know that you've got to hit in order for you not to execute your escape clause out of the contract?
Quite honestly, that's about 550.
Okay. That's a number that we need to make sure that we keep in mind if that's going to be done. Have I hear people say that they're ready to join. Has anyone? And I know you're not offering memberships yet, but do you have a rough list or a preliminary list? Do you have any?
We do not have a preliminary list. Quite frankly, until you guys affirm it, it's either up or down from your perspective. I'm not going to put a lot of energy into developing a membership list. We would be doing that as we look at the viability of this, and we would certainly be trying to seize upon every opportunity to promote the benefits of the YMCA as a community center to the residents of Wakulla County. And we've got some ideas of how we were going to do that, but I'm not going to pull the trigger until we know that we're actually moving forward.
Very good. And the feasibility study, I guess that might be the same thing for you. That's a big unknown for us. I don't think it would be proper for us to say, yep, okay, you got it, you won the vote, we're moving forward with the contract without us having that piece of information. It seems like we need to know that that's going to work for you, which would in turn work for us. And
sure,
if we can't pass that feasibility study, then we've been doing a lot of talking for nothing, I guess. The first time it was brought up, I expressed that I would not be for a feasibility study or for us sharing the cost of the feasibility study.
Yes, sir.
And maybe there's a value in that, and I know that's part of the change that's on the contract before us, but I think that, if we've got a hand in the feasibility study, that would give us the ability to help craft those questions. And my concern, I've been very honest since the first time I've ever met you, and I appreciate the way you've handled yourself, but I certainly want to continue being honest, that I'm just concerned concerned of the impact to other businesses, but I'm also concerned of our families have a set amount of money, and that's discretionary income that they have to decide, is little Johnny going to go play soccer or go to the Y? And so I just believe in my heart that we're going to pull away from our own programs as well as the business programs. I think we're going to have an effect on 4-H. We're going to have an effect on our rec park just because there's limited funds here. I just want to encourage us. The community center needs to be about the community. We've got some great building blocks in our community right now, and I think we're making a mistake by not bringing all these blocks to the table and make it part of the community center. I don't think that we don't need this thing fragmented all the way around. And so I just think that we need to get all those pieces together before we move forward with a decision.
You said you were going to start having meetings with like 4-H and the community.
If we're moving forward, our intent would be to collaborate with all appropriate entities. We don't have an aversion to 4-H clubs or any other type of nonprofit. We collaborate routinely with any number of other nonprofit organizations on program services, on a variety of other activities. It's not, in my experience with the Y, and I came to the Y from having worked with the Salvation Army for a number of years, so I've been in the nonprofit arena over a pretty broad span. Collaboration is the key. There are limited resources in every community. I don't care if it's Crawfordville, Wakulla County, or Dade County, or Houston. There are limited resources, and we leverage the impact that we're able to have by how well we collaborate. Because if someone else is doing a program and it's a good program, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. So my commitment on the part of the YMCA is that we're going to collaborate as effectively and deeply as we possibly can. So part of what you're suggesting, Commissioner, about bringing all the building blocks, that's normal mode of operation for us, is that we try to bring every conceivable building block to play, because we can't be all things to all people. So I don't know any other way to say it. I don't know that necessarily allays your concerns, but we serve often in the communities where we are as the binding, if you will, that pulls a lot of different groups together. So.
What all is involved in the feasibility study? You're just going out to see if the membership interest is there?
It includes some aspects of surveys about the types of programs, and some of that work has been done, but what adds on to what has already previously been, I think, circulated to you all is, okay, you're interested in these programs. At what price point are you interested in these programs? At what level are community leaders supportive of something like a YMCA and the membership base? At what mix of programs and activities does the operation become financially feasible? Those are the kinds of questions that we would ask. There would be a series of several hundred phone calls that would be made in terms of survey work. There would be interviews with folks like yourselves, other community leaders, all pulling together basically taking the temperature of the community well enough to know that there would be support financially to make this happen. I'm an economist by training, and we try to make sure we've got as much data as we can before we jump into something.
Okay, is there any more questions, or can we get a motion on the floor?
Getting to the point of Commissioner Thomas's question and your response as far as the, when do we start? So if the vote is now to move ahead, that would be when you're looking to move forward with all the.
If you all approve the contract, then I have the responsibility to take that back to my board and review it again with them. And quite honestly, I don't anticipate any problems, but they have to ratify it. As an employee of the organization, I can't sign the organization up to do this. That has to come through the board.
Yeah, the point I was getting to was the feasibility study.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
we would get going on that.
But then you would have a feasibility study, and maybe in 2 months you would say, well, the feasibility study doesn't look right, we're out of here.
I don't anticipate that happening, but yes, I mean, the truth of the matter is, Dr. Kessler, that if all the data comes back and it says that this is really a bad idea and nobody's going to be able to make it financially work, and it can't be a drain on the county and it can't be a drain on the YMCA, all of us would be remiss if we tried to forge ahead.
That's right. Jerry, you had a question?
We had my wife on the curves here in the county, and our membership went up to about 400, 450. Anytime Fitness opened, and bang, there goes our membership. And we actually closed, we sold it, and then that person couldn't go forward. So we have had a curves who had 400 memberships and basically closed for whatever. That's something you can input into your system.
I will. Thank you, sir.
Okay, can we get a motion on the floor?
I make a motion we approve the proposed agreement between the county and YMCA relating to operating the community center.
Second.
Okay. Wayne Cowling?
I'm opposed to it just strictly. I don't have a dog in this fight, but I am an American and love the United States and the free enterprise system, and I think this conflicts severely with it as far as, I mean, I wish I could start a company without rent or insurance or taxes, and I'm sure I could be competitive in any business if I could get that. And all I've heard this gentleman talk about tonight is operational expense. He's certainly worried about money, but you know, he said that about 15 times, and so I think it's very important that we think about operational expense and the other folks that are in the business. Some of you may be in business, and I don't think you'd want somebody opening up a candy store next to your candy and finding a free building and all the other stuff given by the county, so I'm dead against it.
Thank you. Robert Walsh?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I urge you to, as elected officials, to vote against the proposed amendment with the YMCA. The YMCA is certainly an established organization, but they should not receive government subsidized funds for their operation, especially with our current budget needs. The agreement is not good for the taxpayers. It's understood the Citizens Advisory Committee must consist of registered voters from Wakulla County. Therefore, since the YMCA has had a position on the advisory committee, has there been any conflict of interest that's occurred, or are there any ethic violations as a result of that? I'd like for you to answer that. And also, since the proposed agreement provides for substantial tax subsidies, I'd like to see if there's a declaratory statement that will be available for the Florida Sunshine Law. Is this going to apply for the YMCA? Also, if the Y desires to open in the Wakulla County, let it pay its market rate for their facility. Let the YMCA pay for all of their utilities and insurance and maintenance and mowing and everything else, the plumbing and the HVAC. Do not give away the county's assets. Wakulla County has never guaranteed us not one dime. They never paid one piece of expense that we have as a private business. Protect your conservative Republican platform that each one of you ran on. Don't compromise the budget issues with a liberal social agenda. The things that used to be right, honest, hard-working, tax-paying citizens are now being attacked by some of the commissioners who believe that government can do things better, that bigger government is better. These elected officials have the Obama approach for our local government. You were not elected to create unfair business advantages and subsidize special interests. Nor were you elected to jeopardize the success of small businesses. You're not elected to discriminate against certain specific businesses, and you were not elected to take away our liberty in pursuit of happiness at the expense of subsidizing large businesses. History shows us there is absolutely no end to one man's appetite to take another man's money and to justify the taking by claiming to do good for others. Therein lies your Obama style of government, that if you vote for this, you are not supporting your private enterprise that every one of you have spoken up with all these other issues. If the YMCA wants to come in and compete, give us an equal playing field, let them pay market rate, we'll compete with the YMCA. We don't have a problem with that. we do have a problem with you subsidizing them with tax-paying dollars and paying all their expenses. And then at what point will you ask yourself, when is a bid no longer a bid? You started with this thing, and then so if you're going to give them everything you want, why not go out and put it back out for bids? You might be surprised how many businesses would be responsive if you told them all the assets that you're giving up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mary Walsh?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mary Walsh, and I'm here as a taxpayer and a business owner, and I'm in support of the community center for all the citizens. I'm here as a taxpayer to ask that you not vote on the present contract with the YMCA to manage our community center. They made a statement, the YMCA representative made a statement. They coexist with other businesses elsewhere. They do, but they coexist because they're coexisting on their dime and not on the taxpayer's dime. And this is a whole different ball game. And they kept talking about they need to cover their operating costs. Well, what operating costs are they going to have because y'all are paying for it? You're giving them the building, you're paying all their utilities, you're doing all their maintenance, all their yard work. The only thing they're going to have is a little bit of labor and staff. I mean, I don't understand that. I would ask that you not vote for this contract because you feel pressured by any special interest group to do so, or that there's not another alternative to you. There is. There's a lot of information missing to make an informed decision, and there are other options out there if you do not look at the community center with tunnel vision. The feasibility study, how's that going to be determined? What kind of sampling is going to be done to make it a true feasibility study for you to make a decision on? The cost that the county will be incurring to allow the YMCA to operate its private fitness center cost-free in our county, in our tax-paying buildings, has been misstated. It's easy to put no thought into the expenses of operation and just throw out numbers. It takes work and desire to do a good job to present a true cost analysis. The cost to the taxpayers are going to be enormous. Wakulla County, for the most part, has a lot of citizens who are struggling to make ends meet each month. It seems everyone is under the assumption that the Y will be providing free recreation service for everyone. We know that nothing is free in the real world. It has been brought up to you on several occasions that the Y cannot provide service to every child in the county who wants to participate unless the county is willing to pay the money, or there's a grant, or private businesses donate money, citizens donate money. What happens if 200 kids show up and there's only enough money to cover 100 kids? How are you going to answer to those parents when those kids cannot participate? And once you turn this over to the Y, you have turned control over to them because of this contract, and our recreation department will have its hands tied. You're going to have upset tax-paying citizens who know that their tax dollars are paying for this, but they can't use it. What about those who want to use the community center but don't care about their fitness center? Do you think that they are going to be upset that they have to be a club member? And there was a recent article in the Wakulla Times by Mr. Damon that said the Boy Scouts could now have a facility. Well, I guess you're just going to have to provide a facility for other organization that wants a room.
Mary, can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure. I'm
looking up on the internet here. It says your monthly membership fee is $26.75. Is that correct?
It just went up to $29.
29. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Tim Delvin?
Irish, it's Devlin. Tim Devlin, I'm with the advisory group of the community center, and I just want to reiterate the group support for the Y contract. From my perspective, if we're going to have a community center, the Y is the one to do it. It's not going to happen without the Y. That doesn't mean there won't be opportunity for others to use the community center and the 21st Century Training Grant. We would like to have the opportunity to evaluate that and see if we can integrate that. I think that may be a great idea. But I'm up here to reiterate our support. The changes that Mr. Edwards talked about just sweeten the deal from the county's perspective as far as we're concerned. It dealt with the feasibility study. The county will not be on the hook for that anymore. And I had some problems, some of us had some problems with those rental fees. They've been reversed, now the counties get a greater share, 75% versus 25%. That's an improvement, so, well, I'm here to speak in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chuck?
Chuck, yes, speaking for the YMCA, I'm on the community center. And I found it interesting, Mr. Thomas, that you discussed this as being a limitation to our, you don't want to limit, how did you put it? There's limited resources in the county, and this will be, you want to control how we spend our limited resources. Basically, the YMCA is coming in to run a community center for us at a higher price than a local company does it, and you don't want them to be able to offer their services because of you think it's against our rights, or it's an impingement on the business's rights. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not making much sense either, but I just didn't like what you said.
On the Miss America contest.
Well, I would win that one, you know. Okay.
Chuck, I just don't want to see you out there in spandex.
Oh, it would be ugly.
Hope not do that.
Now, this seems to me as an opportunity for the county to move forward with something for the whole county and for building a community center where you can have a place where all sorts of community activities can go. We have the buildings, but you need some way to run it, and we're broke. Mr. Moore keeps talking about how broke we are, okay? Well, this is an opportunity to have somebody run it, somebody do all the legwork, all the things we need to do to run this community center at no real cost to us, okay? What the money's already spent on the building, Jerry. I mean, it's already gone. Okay, so so what it's going to cost us is minimal compared to what we're going to gain, and I think you should move forward with that.
Thank you, David.
Well, I support the Y. And I would like to think that it is a place that the Boy Scouts could meet. And I would like to think it's a place that the 4-H could meet and other organizations could meet. And it sounds to me like it will be, and I'm glad to hear that the East Building will be kept for use at the county's discretion, as I understand it. And the gym can be rented out for Katie's kids. And so it sounds like a good compromise where it'll be a community center where everybody can go. And I would kind of think, and I don't know because I don't go to the gym and work out, I probably should, but if the gym is $29 for a private individual and the Y a month, is that right? And the Y is $40, I'd go there if I was looking for a gym. So it seems like the Y, unless I'm missing something here, the Y is offering more than just a gym, and I think the people that typically go to a Y are probably not the people that would typically go to a private gym. They're going there for a lot of other things. They're taking their kids there, and while the kids are doing something, they're doing something, or they've got yoga classes over here, or they've got something over there. So it seems like it's much broader, more of a family place. And so I'd like to think it wouldn't hurt the local businesses that have private gyms, because those people are already going in, and that's what they're into, I would think. I don't know. So I would hope that we can move forward. The Y has been around a long time. When I was 15 years old and I wanted to learn to scuba dive, I went to the Y and I learned how to scuba dive at the Y. It's been around for a long time. They've been a good program for everything I've had experience with. We're really not in the business to be running a program like that. The rec park has their hands full. Rec department, it seems like this might be a good choice as a way to make this happen. You guys are doing the research, you'll figure it out. But anyway, I hope we have something to offer the kids and the families in the community more than what we have right now. I think they deserve it. If we can afford it, they deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wicker?
My name is Linda Wicker. I really wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I was asked by somebody to do this. This is the way I feel about this. There's always competition in this county, and if you've been in business for many years and you fought your way through to make it, somehow this county can come along and destroy what you built. So, you know, no matter how hard you work, they can still do that. But the way I see it, after the Century 21 grant is gone, that I know this place is going to stay alive. And it's going to stay alive with tax dollars. And it will be everybody's tax dollars from Wakulla County. So I don't know if anybody's thought about the tax dollars, but I know they will increase to keep this place alive. And that's great, but you know, that there's just a kind of a point that people need to take care of themselves and their own business, you know, and not ask for handouts. And that's what I have to say, because I really wasn't prepared to talk tonight. But that's how I feel from the heart.
Thank you. Sue Damon?
You know, this is a tough one, and I respect everybody's opinion that's come up here to say anything about the YMCA. But when I lived in Tallahassee, I was a member of the YMCA, and I loved it. I loved it for everything that it offered. My niece learned to swim there. I could play racquetball there. I met a lot of friends there. There was a great exercise room. Absolutely loved it. And the YMCA is experienced. I mean, they know what they're doing. This isn't their first rodeo. And as we all know, competition is good. It's a healthy thing. The kids in this county, earlier we were talking about how many kids are leaving this county, that we're offering less and less to these kids. Maybe some people actually look and say, oh my gosh, they've got a YMCA, they've got a fitness center, they've got all this great stuff, great county, great wetlands, let's move there.
That in there.
So, yeah. So, and, you know, how do we know that it won't be successful? Well, we don't know that it won't be successful, but, you know, they're here, and they have been very flexible with us from what I've seen through this process, and they want to work with us, and I really appreciate that. And just one comment about Mr. Damon in the Times area. Mr. Damon pays out of his own pocket to rent the home that those Boy Scouts have been using for the last few years. And I really respect that. He pays that electric bill, he mows that lawn, he takes care of those Boy Scouts on his own, because there is no other place in this county to do that for him. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple more explanation points I left out that I needed to tell my dad there watching. The $250,000, somebody could come back and say, well, we don't want to spend any tax dollars. Well, you're a liar because you just spent $250,000 on it. Where'd that money come from, David? What money was that? The $250 we voted on the thing, was that impact fees or 1 cent sales tax? What was that money earmarked for?
Animal control.
But I mean, in general.
Right.
In general.
In general, it was public facilities.
Public facilities, okay?
Right.
That, and we could only use that money on public facilities. So it's not like we could have took that 200, just to explain to people, we couldn't have took that 250 and paved road in Wakulla Gardens.
Right.
It had to be used on public facilities. Right, David?
That's right.
All right. Now, when I first started talking to the Y, one of my main concerns was that was going to compete with local businesses. He can tell you that, David can tell you that, he was there. So one of the first things I did is, actually I had Jessica call and check on the rental rates for local businesses. Theirs was 28, whatever it was. The Y's is 40, it's 40% higher. Now I'm self-employed. I do wind loads for engineering work for $200. That's what I charge. Would I be upset if a new engineering company opened in town and somebody started competing against me? Probably would. And what if the build department started doing them? The government started doing them, subsidized. They don't, you know, say Charlie starts doing them. He's already an employee. They doesn't cost me anything. Would I be upset if Charlie did them or the build department did them but charged $280 to do them and I charged $200 to do it? Probably not. I probably wouldn't lose any customers. That was my way of
What if it was 100?
Yeah, I'd be very upset. If it was lower than a private competitor, that would be an absolute valid point. I'd be very upset.
How much will it cost a college student to go to the YMCA under the current structure?
$40 a month is what I asked. Question.
That wasn't the question that was asked. Okay. They've got a sliding scale based on whether you're a college student up to senior citizen.
Okay, how much is
college students is $20 a month. And also, they got a family, I believe it was $780 a month or a year, correct me if I'm wrong. And so if you look at 3 people in a family, now it's going to be cheaper to go to the YMCA than 3 people to go to Body Tech.
Very valid points. Go ahead, Jay.
Basically, I keep beating a dead horse. Sometimes when I lose, I'm all not that happy, but anyway. When you're talking about the 250, and it can only be spent for public facilities, I personally wanted to use that money for rec department and rec fields and softball fields and soccer fields and so forth. So that's, but the cost to the taxpayers, and that's where I'm coming from. Our startup cost is probably going to be $75,000. You got heat, air, utilities, mowing the grass, whatever. In 6 months after the Y is operating, you will probably go back and see that that cost to the county on just those utilities and stuff is probably going to be close to $75,000. And here again, we get no return on the asset of the building. If you're in private business, you get a return, and you got a lot of. We're going to have to build a fire station that could have gone into that building. We're going to have to build an EMS that could have gone into those buildings. But anyway, that's my 2 cents.
And Ralph, back to your. I guess I kind of stuck my foot in my mouth on that point. That wasn't a very good point, was it? I've been assured by them from talking to them that they're not going to compete like people think they are against private businesses. And I'm sure, I know you asked the same question. I was in the room with you, but I know that you and I asked a lot of the same questions. And I don't know if we came to different conclusions, but I think it's worth a shot.
I'm going to also say that through this, I've been supporting YMCA. I think they can coexist. I would like to see the YMCA move forward to have an opportunity to do their feasibility study. If they do their feasibility study and they come back and say, you know, that YMCA themselves may come back and say, you know, we can't do this. If they say that, then we've got several good Plan B options to go to. But I would like to vote for this tonight. I would like to give YMCA the option and the opportunity to at least conduct their feasibility study. Okay, if the Y conducts their feasibility study, they may see for themselves that they may or may not be able to make it. But I would like for them to have the opportunity to conduct their study. So tonight I will be voting for it.
All right, y'all ready to vote?
No.
One more comment, but
Yeah, I got a question for legal. There was an issue brought up about ethical conflict of why sitting on that community center board.
The Y was specifically put on that board by this board when you created the committee as a non-voting member.
Ralph, go ahead.
just the point was made about that $250,000 had to be spent toward public facilities, and Jerry made the point that it could go to a fire department or EMS.
Agreed.
It could also go to retire $250,000 worth of debt that's against our courthouse renovation right now as well. That's facilities. And you know, we voted 5-0 to move forward with the community center. I'm not backing up from that decision, but
Really?
it wouldn't, well, to move forward with a community center, it's just how we structure it.
I didn't vote for it.
You voted for it that night. Set the record, ask Ms. Evelyn. Anyway.
Don't do what I just did, Jerry. No, I didn't.
I'll rectify that tonight.
Anyway, I'm not backing up from that decision. I'm committed to a community center. I just want to make sure we're doing what's best for the community. But I do, a little history, little reminder that when this community center was purchased, we purchased it $1.4 million, and out of money that we had in 1 cent sales tax money, and then we turned around and borrowed, I think it was $2 million to do courthouse renovations. We could have used that money to not go deeper in debt. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at the whole ball of wax when we're making this decision.
I think in hindsight, if we had this decision in front of us today, I think they actually spent reserve money.
Yeah.
There was the grant applied for, and I don't think through any malicious intent, it was thought the grant would pay for the building. Right. And I think they were actually led to believe that. But when they bought the building, then when they got to go get reimbursed, whoever administers the grant, the government said, well, guess what, you can't use it for a purchase. And that's my understanding of what transpired. Now, I'm not taking anybody's side on the issue. Would we do it again today? I wouldn't support doing it, spending $1 million out of reserve to buy a community center. No, I wouldn't do that. not to start from scratch, but we are where we are today.
We're in it.
We're in it now.
Yeah, so I'm going to make a couple more statements now.
Go ahead.
There's a question I had. Okay. So, what we're embarking on is an unknown path if the board votes to go ahead. And it's an unknown path for both the Y and this board. And that's why there really aren't very good answers right now, because, look, if that feasibility study is done and it comes out that that's not the right thing for the Y, it's also not the right thing for the county. So, because if they fail, we fail, okay? So we don't want that. But
I don't understand what that, please explain that statement a little bit.
I'll try again.
If their feasibility study says it's not worthwhile, then they just will come and run the community center.
That's correct. And if we push the issue and wanted to have them run the community center, and they didn't do a feasibility study, and got themselves in trouble and failed, then we fail also. So if they went ahead without a feasibility study and failed, all right, if the feasibility study comes back and says it doesn't work, then it doesn't work for both of us. Okay, we're out of it. Okay, as far as the relationship with the Y.
Why? Yes.
Yeah, I understand that. Well, my concern goes a bit further than that. And I also, that no-fault clause to get out of the contract, if we do go ahead, is also something that I'm very much in favor of having in there. And it allows either party to break that relationship if it's not working out for either party. As far as money being spent out of taxpayer dollars, and I'm going to be speaking to this later on another issue, probably under discussion. Since 2000, we've given $750,000 of taxpayer money to our senior center. That's a big chunk of change, and we have to take a look at what we're doing with that. In this case, we'd be providing buildings which we provided to the Sheriff's Department and provided to the clerk when he was doing his remodeling. But what pushes me is that if we don't go ahead with this, and I don't have the confidence that this land doesn't get sold off or doesn't get turned into a firehouse, or at least I want to see if it can go ahead and be successful. That's where my vote is.
Okay, you ready to vote? All for the motion?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Passed 3-2. All right, next item.
Next agenda item is...
Sorry.
What's that?
Go ahead.
Okay. Next agenda item, hold on just a second. Let me get the agenda item number.
13.
13? Oops, sorry, I went past it. Item number 13, request board. This item is request board approval of the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services grant funds for $29,456.14 for approval and approval of the county match in the amount of $29,456. This item is an annual grant that we get for our mosquito control. But last year, the grant was $18,500. We had budgeted for $18,500 in next year's budget. Okay, this is for next year's funding, next fiscal year's funding. What I would like a motion, or I'd like to suggest a suggested motion, would be that, in talking to some late conversations I had with the health department this afternoon, that we move forward with this item because we need to secure the grant for the mosquito control. In the budget for next year, we had budgeted for $18,500 for the mosquito control grant, but due to what happened last year with Hurricane Debbie, we needed extra funds, so we went ahead and moved cash forward up in the reserve of $35,000 that was in that item. We moved that cash forward up to be spent next year just in case we had a storm. So what I'd like the motion to have is kind of convoluted, but is to move forward with this grant program, but only authorizing the Department of Health to spend $18,500 on the currently. in next year, and have to come back at least to me to spend the remaining $10,956 would have to be spent only after coming back and getting my authorization in case of an event or in case of heavy rainfall, etc. That way we can stay within our budget and keep our reserves.
I thought it had to be in the work plan if I remember my mosquito control days. You have to say what you're gonna spend the grant money and the county match on.
We've already cleared all that with everybody, and they're okay with this. We're gonna fund it. We'll fund it, but we'll only use it if we need it. That $10,956.
If there's any program in the county gets a lot of attention when it gets bad, it's mosquito control.
Well, it's already, we're already underfunded, but that's up to you guys. If you want to fund it fully, the money's there to do that, to do the 29,000. It's just currently we have 18,500, and we've got a program that's moving on, and unless we get a bad problem, I'd like to be able to put some more money back in reserves there in case we have to pay for some aerial spraying at some point. As you know, FEMA is, they're exiting left on everything, so we got to be real careful.
I think a few years ago, back when I was running, it was like $38,000 county and $38,000 state.
Right.
So they're doing it with a lot.
That's right.
A lot less now.
So, it's up to you guys.
If we take your suggestion, we would still get the full amount of the grant, wouldn't reduce the amount of grant.
We'll show the state, but we won't use that full amount. I don't have any intention right now, because the program works as it is right now at 18,500 grant match.
I think Howard's gonna make a motion.
Well, is the motion to approve option 1, but limiting expenditure to the $18,500?
Yes, sir, that would be it.
That would be my motion then.
Okay. There's a second?
And, well,
There was a couple things, like, if they need to come back and get the remainder above the 18.5, are they gonna go to you?
I would like it to
Or to
come back
you.
to my authority in case of a storm. That way I can make that call.
You okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
And it comes back to us if it has to be moved to a different area of the budget, right?
Yeah.
Second the motion.
Come on, Ralph.
If you're gonna put it toward the community.
You've been sitting beside Jerry too long.
They can move money around.
Starting to rub off.
Greg can do that.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All for the motion?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, Howard, I think your item was next. Getting close to the end. Go ahead.
Yep, 1 second. Just want to take a look here. Okay. I'm going to begin discussing my item with the background, and then I'll go to a statement because I think I want to change the proposed wording of the vote. Each year, the Wakulla County Board of County Commissioners approves a balanced budget, and it goes from October 1st to September 30th. And for accounting purposes, this is our fiscal year. And after that terminates, there's a period of time where the budget, that fiscal year is rectified, bills that come in late or anything like that are addressed. And then there's the finalized accounting of that fiscal year. At the end of each fiscal year, the overages, the money that hasn't been spent in the different areas of the county budgets, constitutional officers, different departments, essentially rolls back into the county to be budgeted for the next year as the County Board of County Commissioners sees fit. In 2011, the Florida legislature substantially amended a section 2.15.425 Florida statute to remove authority from counties, cities, and constitutional officers to provide employee bonuses or payment of extra compensation after services have been rendered or an employment contract made. The legislature prescribed only set circumstances where any extra compensation would be allowed for past services, which is limited to a uniformly and applies an approved merit bonus system, which is pretty well spelled out of how that has to be done. I attached Florida Statute 2145, and the pertinent part of it is that, quote, no extra compensation shall be made to any officer, agent, employee, or contractor after the service has been rendered or the contract made. And from my county commission reading of the statute, it appears that the action of the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office fiscal year 2011-12 in giving a one-time salary adjustment may be in conflict and may violate Florida Statute 215.425. The county administrator informed the board of an action taken by the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office pertaining to that fiscal year. And there are attachments starting in March that I am aware of, where our county attorney is asking for the sheriff's office to provide the county with their analysis as to why the employee bonuses provided at the end of the last fiscal year do not violate Section 215.245 Florida statute. And again, in May 31st, 2013, another email, and I don't probably have all of the emails, but another email in May asking for this explanation. And it goes on. The point is that we've asked for explanations from the sheriff's department to explain why this action was not in conflict. And we did get we got a couple of responses. One response referred back to a Florida statute that was a long time on the books and still is on the books. That was Florida Statute 30 point whatever, it's in here. And it's the feeling that the new statute that happened in 2011, 215.425, is the current law. And specifically is the current law as applies to all our constitutional offices, including the sheriff. We did get an opinion verbally that there was the opinion of counsel from the sheriff that this 215.425 did not apply. So that's one of the reasons why that attachment is there. There was also a similar case, not totally similar, but let me finish up with what we have here. But let me go to that case first. Escambia County, there was an election. There was a clerk of the court. The clerk of the court that was in office decided to give a one-time cost of living adjustment or salary adjustment or COLA or bonus or whatever you want to call it. But under similar law, the same law, issued that disbursement. It was for $245,000 or thereabouts dollars. I don't remember the exact amount. It's in our attachments. When that clerk lost the election, a new clerk was elected, and the new clerk coming in asked for a fiscal audit, a fiscal audit, forensic audit. Yeah, I was looking for the right word, didn't find it. Forensic audit. And that audit was done by Carr, Riggs, and Ingram. And specifically, they were tasked to evaluate past practices as related to employee compensation. And they stated in their report, the introduction, that during the transition period, the former clerk and his staff enacted certain controversial measures in a scheme to give raises and other perks to dozens of employees in his office, to analyze a lump sum cost of living adjustment, or COLA, authorized by the former clerk. And that on September 21st, that's lump sum of 2012, the lump sum cost of living adjustment was effectively paid, a bonus of equaling 3% to each of the employees. And they state that it appears that the state statute provided by the former clerk's office was out of date, and that the amended statute, and they're referring now to 125.425, was the statute that should have been used. There was more to that case, but I'll cut to the recommendation, where the forensic audit recommended that a legal determination be sought to whether the former clerk violated the provisions of Section 215.425 Florida statute, and if the legal opinion concludes that a violation occurred, the clerk or the Board of County Commissioners could then pursue additional actions, such as filing a claim on the former clerk's professional bond and or other legal remedies that might apply. And as I said, there's more in there, but that's the essence of the forensic audit and recommendation. So what happened in Wakulla County was that on October 31st, 2012, the then sheriff, Donnie Crum, wrote a letter, and it states, to all full-time employees, I want to personally thank each one of you for all your hard work and dedication to the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office. I know the past several years have been difficult financially with no salary adjustments, and the price of living going up each year. Many of you have directly participated in our hard work to reduce costs in every category. We have been successful in many areas such as overtime, utilities, uniforms, telephones. I appreciate those who continue to be conscious of the need to be fiscally responsible to the citizens of our county. I have approved a one-time cost of living adjustment for all employed with the Sheriff's Office as of October 31st, 2012. Thank you again. The financial officer in the Sheriff's Office on November 13th wrote an email to the Sheriff Association Council stating, as we discussed, Sheriff Crum is interested in spending cost of savings from 1112 on a cost of living adjustment for the current employees of WCSO. This would be a one-time adjustment paid to all employees of the Sheriff's Office as of 10/31/12. He would like to pay $600 to all full-time and $300 to all part-time. I discussed the new statute with you regarding bonuses. I would like to get your opinion on the attached letter. And the opinion that came back, put my hands on it, basically said, Mary Dean, looks good to me. That was found lacking for a satisfactory legal opinion by our county attorney as well as myself, and I don't know if other members of the board. And I would like to thank our administrator, David Edwards, for informing the board when he became aware of this situation. So what we're faced with here is a situation where we have been unsuccessful, that is the administration, myself, our county attorney, in obtaining a satisfactory answer to whether this was a violation of Florida law. And originally I had proposed to ask the board to request an opinion from the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office, but this opinion does not appear to be coming. And so that I would like to redirect that request to formally request an opinion from the State Attorney General's office. And the county attorney may want to help me with the wording of this, but basically asking if Florida Statute 215.425 applies to the sheriff's office, and two, does giving a retroactive one-time salary adjustment violate Florida Statute 215.425? And I thought of another thing of whether Florida Statute 30.53, I believe, whether that is secondary, or does that fall under, or does that trump 125.425? I don't know exactly which questions on a legal basis should come to the state attorney if the board so wishes to explore them. But I think that we have a fiduciary responsibility to, as commissioners, I think the sheriff's office has a fiduciary responsibility as a constitutional officer to obtain an answer in the protection of the taxpayer dollars of this county. And that's what this agenda item is about. If we get an opinion that says everything is right, well, that's fine. But if we get an opinion that says we violated Florida statute, then I think that we should seek compensation for that, and that money should be restored to make the taxpayers' portion of the county budget whole again. So I'll ask the county attorney, those that I read off, would you modify them in any way?
No, I think those summarize the pertinent questions.
So let me ask you, you said you was going to be asking the Attorney General, is that what you had directed?
I would like the board to vote to formally request an opinion, legal opinion from the State Attorney General's office, yes.
You know, on this, whatever comes out of this, I don't think, obviously the Sheriff's Department asked their attorney if it was okay to do this. I mean, I'm fine to ask the question, is it legal or not, because I think, yes, we do need to know the answer to that question. But I'm not willing to go on a witch hunt after any individual person. I think they did their due diligence as best they thought it needed to be done to see if this was okay. Whether or not it should have been done maybe is a topic for a different discussion, but you know, right. I don't necessarily have a problem asking, did this violate Florida statutes or not? If it didn't, then we'll drop it and we'll just, you know,
I just want to add
what happened, and if it did, then we need to, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't at least ask if it was okay.
I don't. Go ahead, Richard.
Well, the thing that I just want to say, you know, this, everything you read was involved with a prior administration. None of the present administration was involved. Some of the employees that received bonuses at the time, they're no longer there. The bonus monies are spent. And what I fully support the Sheriff's Office. I want to say that. I want to be clear. I fully support the Sheriff's Office. I remember it was about 2 years ago where our county was facing dire straits, and the Sheriff's Office used $700,000 out of their jail reserve to keep our county from being taken over. And we're still in the process of trying to reimburse their jail bed reserve, and so for us to, as far as I still be against asking them for the $100,000 back because we're in the process of paying them back money right now as we speak.
Well, let's see. I'm not gonna pass the gavel and make a second. Is anybody gonna make a second?
I've got something to say.
Well, if there's no second, there's nothing to even talk about.
Well, I'd like to clarify one other point. The amount of money that we're talking about here, we don't know specifically because we don't have an accounting of it, but it's roughly $100,000. And I think that if something was done wrong, no matter what the intention was, that $100,000 should come back to the taxpayers of this county. And no, we're not going after individual people that receive the bonuses. We should go after where the decision-making went afoul. And whoever's bond that is, someone should be held accountable. We just lost maybe $100,000 if that opinion comes back that there is a violation, and I think there is. If that is the case, then that $100,000 is not something that we should just throw away.
I need to know more about it.
We have a fiduciary responsibility.
All right, Ralph, you indicated you wanted to study a little more before you supported.
Yeah, I need to know more about it. Just the fact that the players involved are not there, and you know, certainly we need an answer to it. I understand that, but I also look at the fact that this Escambia case is still hanging out there, and I don't know, maybe it would be prudent to see the outcome of that so we can see if an opinion comes as a result of that and we don't have to go through that effort. And then it gets back to the question, you know, who's going to pay it back? You know, because if the employees, if it was a wrongful payout, then the employees weren't supposed to receive it. Or are we prepared to ask it back from the employees?
No, absolutely not. I don't suggest in any way, shape, or form of even attempting that direction. But I think even if a legal opinion was asked at the time that the former sheriff decided to move forward with that, even if he got that opinion, and if that opinion was wrong from the Sheriff Association person, which I do not have any documentation of that opinion at that time. And the timing, let me go to two things. If that Sheriff's Association attorney gave bad advice, then it's his bond that we should be looking to, okay? But there's $100,000 that may be owed to the county that is not in the county's coffers now. The other thing is the timing of the distribution of that bonus. That letter was written the end of October, I believe. It said October 31st. The disbursement came out of the 2011-2012 budget fiscal year. You know, some people have raised their eyebrows on the timing of that.
Namely, I'm assuming because other departments were doing furloughs and firing people.
A number of things, yeah. There was a belt tightening going on through the whole county. Raises weren't given by the county commission, and there was an election going on. Draw your own conclusions.
All right, I think Jerry wanted to say a word, and if we don't have a second, then we're going to move on.
Basically, I think Mr. Crum is an honorable person, and I think this whole position is some sort of grudge against Mr. Crum. I am tired of the lawsuits. I'm tired of hearing about the sheriff's department doing this, that, or the other. We've got a new day in our county, and this money was paid to good people at a good time, and whether it was right or wrong, it's done, it's behind us. And the money we're talking about, county money goes in a circle. It comes to us, it goes to the sheriff, it comes back to us, so it's always a circle. I am not going to spend any of the county money to sue anybody for something that was probably honorably done and done with counsel. It's not my place.
All right, is there a second? If not, we're going to move on.
The second is the agenda request again was to ask for those opinions from the State Attorney General's office.
Okay, is there a second on the motion?
I'd like to discuss it a little bit more.
Before a second?
Well, I mean, we're this deep into it. Maybe it'll bring a second or kill a second, one of the two. And I asked Heather today, but I would just like to ask, once again, Howard brought up the point of if the attorney was wrong and if they move forward with the attorney's advice, is there some liability to their attorney, or is this just a matter of a difference of opinion in two attorneys? And, I hate to put you on the spot, but do we have a formal opinion from our attorney that, because this is a legal issue, and none of us are attorneys, so, I just want to be very careful that, we're moving forward wisely.
I don't know how attorneys work, but whenever I write a letter for structural stability, or what you have written for you, Ralph, I always put it's my professional opinion that it's okay, but that's my opinion.
Right.
And I think an opinion is exactly what it is. It's an opinion. And I don't know how it works for lawyers. I don't know if you're legally bound when you give an opinion on something.
Depends on what kind of opinion it is. It depends on what information he was provided on which to make that opinion, none of which I can answer. Your second question, I think that this statute applies to the sheriff. I think for a few reasons. One, the wording of it is very broad. It says any officer, agent, employees. Two, if you look into the middle of the statute in subsection 2, it says that the statute does not apply to, and the quote is, a clothing or maintenance allowance given to plainclothes deputies pursuant to section 30.49. So what that tells me from a legal perspective is, if the statute doesn't apply to the sheriff in the first place, then you don't need an exemption for a specific sheriff disbursement. And 3, the Attorney General has applied this statute to sheriffs in the past. So that is my opinion. There aren't cases reported or unreported that I'm aware of that say yes or no either direction.
We want to ask Charlie, everybody's got their own opinion. What's the sheriff's department's opinion?
I learned a lot about wetlands and community centers.
Yeah.
I want to reemphasize, this happened under a prior administration and under a prior budget year. It has nothing to do with our budget. As far as our attorney issuing a legal opinion, this is a email that was sent out May 31st to all the commissioners, including yourself, Commissioner Kessler, to where the WCSO received advice from the Sheriff's Association labor attorney Wayne Evans. He advised that the sheriffs are expressly given authority by the legislature in Chapter 30.53 and can give a COLA to employees and is not a violation of any statute. And he prefaces 30.53. So we did respond to the request for a legal opinion, which is right here, and all the commissioners should have gotten a copy of it.
In your agenda item?
Yes, and the reference to 3053 I made even verbally tonight a couple of times. The point is that 125.425 occurred in 2011. It's new law. It's law that's been applied since 2011, and that's the law of the land now.
What we have here, and I know our attorney Wayne Evans and Heather talked on the phone the other day. Mr. Edwards and I talked, and we came to agreement that they should just talk on the phone and talk about this. What we have is two attorneys that disagree on the statute, on which one. There's two statutes, and they disagree which one, whether one is legal or whether one is not. I think it's time to put this issue to rest. The only people that are going to win in this are the attorneys. They're the only ones that are going to win. Nobody in this county is going to win. We're going to spend the monies on attorneys.
That's exactly right.
And going forth with this. I'm ready to put it to rest and move forward.
I'm going to agree with Sheriff Creel.
I agree also.
Yeah. So there's a difference of opinion of two attorneys.
Yes.
Would you be willing, Sheriff Creel, to request an Attorney General opinion regarding this to clear the air? Because if there is something...
No, Commissioner, I wouldn't. I'm going on what my attorney told me, and that he told me that this was legal. And I don't want to waste any more of my valuable time on this. I don't think the commission needs to waste any more of their valuable time on it. I don't think we need to waste taxpayers' dollars on this anymore. It's time to put it to rest. It's time to heal the wounds in this county and bring this county back together and quit dividing the county, and that's what I'm going to try to do.
I agree with you, and I think you've made a good decision on that.
I think we need to just move forward and just use this as a best practice example of next time what to do different.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree. I mean, how are we going to recapture the money? You know, the only way we can recapture the money is or through the budget. I mean, we could do that this year. I mean, if
No, but this is $100,000 we're talking about, and this money, if it is due us, what it appears to be, should be, that county attorney, if the sheriff's attorney, if he gave wrong advice, should come out of his hide.
Let's just quit being mean and go forward and get all this stuff behind us.
I agree, Commissioner. My job is to make the public safe and also be a good steward of taxpayers' dollars, and that's what I'm trying to do.
And all of our jobs is to have a fiduciary responsibility to the citizens and taxpayers of Wakulla County.
No second? All right, next item. Richard, you got an item?
Yes.
Two items, actually.
I have this and a add-on item. What this item is that I've got, this is concerning the, hold on a second. This is concerning a grant that the Historical Society is wanting to seek. If y'all have ever been to the gym, I'm sorry, the gym, we all call it gym. If y'all have ever been to the jail, about the only thing we ain't talking about tonight, if y'all have ever been to the jail, the old jail, on the second floor, they're not able to have, the Historical Society is not able to use the access for that second floor because they don't have ADA access. Okay, what this grant will be, this is a grant, this is basically giving us permission, to staff permission to provide a letter of support to the Historical Society for them to use in conjunction with a grant, to seek a grant to install an elevator and do some other things to bring it in compliance with ADA.
I don't think anyone's brave enough to vote against this, so
That's fine.
go ahead and make
I'd make a motion that we approve.
I second the motion.
no discussion. All for the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Up, you got citizens?
No, I think it was about to,
Well, he's not at the meeting.
That's all right.
All for the
It was a
motion?
measure.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, next item.
Okay, you want me to wait for Commissioner Shute back, or just go ahead into it? All right, this next item is something that I wanted to ask about. July 4th falls on Thursday this year, and there's a lot of staff that have already used leave for July 5th, and there's only going to be a minimal amount of staff here. I don't see too much business being conducted as well, and there's a lot of, this is one of our biggest holidays of the year, and there's a lot of staff that has family that comes for this holiday, and what this agenda item would be to approve July 5th, 2013, which is that Friday, as a paid holiday.
And my understanding, David, is, sorry, Richard.
This would only impact the hourly and as far as budgetary, it would only be budgetary impact to the county for the hourly and the public safety staff.
But you have budgeted the money to pay the people.
Yes.
And we all talk, big talk, when we're talking about having to do the sequesters, and we'll find a way to kind of help the employees back, and
That's good.
this is it. So you got a motion on that?
I make a motion that we approve to declare Friday, July 5th, 2013 as a paid holiday for our employees.
I second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All for the motion?
Aye.
Motion passes. Is there all right, let's go to discussion items. Ralph, you got anything?
Yeah. One, I'd just like to remind the public again of the cleanup day this Saturday at 8 a.m. Pastor Hall's leading that effort with Sopchapa United Methodist, and anyone that wants to come participate. I'd like to again thank Commissioner Harden for bringing that to our attention, and hopefully we'll have a good turnout, and we'll help one of our neighbors in need. Another thing, I'd like to just throw this out and see if if anybody is remotely interested, I'll bring it back as an agenda item. It's not a major financial impact, but we all deal with the folks that are seeking hardship exemptions for solid waste and for fire. And, we've got a deadline on that, and I know that, we advertise that, we make every effort, but there's always people that fall through the cracks, and they didn't know about the deadline or couldn't get the paperwork in, needed assistance or whatever. you know, I'd like to see us look at the level at some point, but I'm not even bringing that up now. What I'm proposing is, let's just take the deadline out of it. Let's allow that to be something that folks can apply for year-round as that need is there, because sometimes their situation changes. And so, you know, I know it'll be a little bit of an adjustment on our budget, but I think we're only talking $30,000 that's in that for this current proposed budget. So to just
maybe as an alternate, that if you don't mind, I know that the clerk's office and David need to know
Yeah, we need to know the end of this month.
as
what that
soon
is.
as possible. They need to know how many exemptions they're going to have. I agree, if there's an extra 1 or 2 or 3, it's not going to make or break their
That's right.
budget.
Right.
But maybe we could make some sort of, right now there's no appeals process. It's just you didn't make the deadline, you know, too bad.
yeah.
I wouldn't mind seeing something that somehow make it a lot harder, but still get it if you jump through certain hoops. I don't know if that makes any sense or not, but
Well,
we
you
want
need-
everybody to apply for it by a certain date so we can budget around it.
Yeah, you got to budget, and also you got to put it on the tax rolls for next year, because it's all in advance. It's not, you can't do it all year. You got to set it, and you got to stop it at some point so that we can put it in the budget, then we can put it on the tax rolls, because the tax rolls have to be certified, and they can't change. So that has to happen. Now, what we could do, I mean, we started when, December? January, we put them on the tax notices.
Mm-hmm.
We started in January, went to the senior center, we put it on we've done everything known to man that we can do. At the end of the day, we've got to have a cutoff, because by state law, we got to certify that tax roll. So there's got to be a cutoff, and we got to say, here's what it is, and because it's, like I say, it's all in forward years. So
What is
we
that
can have
cutoff
to show.
date? When is the cutoff?
September. What was that, May 15?
June 15th.
June 15, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's already passed.
That's right. That's what I
This
mean.
year.
We had to cut it off, but
Between-
we kept it open, and I'm
Okay.
like you, we tried to qualify everybody we could. We tried everything we could, but at the end of the day, you know, but we only turned down, and I forgot those numbers, what was it wasn't many. It was
I would like
it was probably, I'd say about 10% or something like that of the total that was actually turned down.
I would like to see us move that number up to 15,000. It's at what?
We can do that for next year, yes,
For
sir.
next year, I'd like
Because
to.
y'all already set that in a previous, it's already been set for us to set the budget and the roll.
I mean, the exemption level,
Yes.
That y'all get a chance to vote on that next year.
that's got to come from somewhere else.
That's right.
It's not free money.
Well, we're picking up quite a bit of money off this, we're picking up quite a bit of money off the second pickup. What do we call that? It's the recyclables.
I understand that, but you know, that's not going to make or break us. All I'm saying is we got to have a cutoff in there somewhere so that we can certify the roll.
Oh, I agree with you, but.
And the time to make that adjustment is next year.
Well, I agree. I'd like to
Because
see it
it'll come
next
back
year.
before you guys in December, I think, to certify that, at what level y'all want it at, and then y'all can set it to whatever that is and whatever you want
Once
to.
the tax roll is certified, is there any legal way to allow someone to come in and qualify for an exemption after you certify the tax roll?
No, not after we certify the tax roll, as far as I know. Then because that's what you're doing. You're certifying, here's the tax roll, here's what everybody's getting moving forward. But understand, I mean, we can continue it on if y'all want to put an extra month in there to allow folks to get in. But we can do that. I mean, we need it for right now because we got to give you guys the budget, a completed on budget come July 15th.
I've had a lot of the same calls, but unfortunately, if you move the cutoff date 30 days
We had the
later-
same problem last year.
Oh, I agree.
We had the same problem last year. We extended it 2 months or a month, whatever it was, and we got the same amount of calls that I didn't have time to
Is
get
there
in.
any time frame that goes around when your property taxes are due or when Bonnie's...
We tried to, that's the reason we put it on the tax, the homestead notice. Always, I mean, that's what I mean. We tried everything we can, and we want to give that exemption out if at all possible. Don't get me wrong, but we tried everything we could to.
And I agree. I think we've done probably above and beyond notifying folks, and I just don't think there's gonna be a big financial impact. I'm thinking more just of a convenience for those who miss it, or maybe someone that just moves here and they didn't have time to get it. And, you know, I don't think that it would cause us to have to shuffle numbers around that greatly. It would just...
What I may suggest is for next year, excuse me, Rob, for next year is maybe we set the timeline like for May, everything's due the 1st of May. All right, and that gives us time to calculate everything that came in. We can look at how many have come in to see whether it's above or below last year and what kind of response we got. Then it gives us another 30 days to re-advertise it again and say, hey, there's a lot of people out there that didn't apply for it or whatever that was, and y'all come on in. Maybe that's the tack that we take. Let's move, because the problem is I think the deadline, to be honest with you, is too long, because everybody waited until the last, week? Everybody waited till the last week to turn their stuff in. So I think if we do that, and then we can look at that and say, okay, now that gives us another 30 days to do exactly what you're talking about. That way, if somebody calls you, you can say, all right, well, let me see what we're looking like, and then you can do
just
that.
have a deadline and be able to extend it 30 days.
Yeah, we extend it 30 days. But right now, we set the deadline so we're matched right up against the budget, which it doesn't allow us a lot of time.
People that say they don't check their mail, they don't read the news, they don't watch TV.
Yeah.
I mean, what I was thinking, if you had a deadline, you could go back and compare to last year. Well, we had 15 people that applied for last year that didn't apply this year. Maybe it's not too onerous to send out 15 notices saying, hey, you applied for it last year, you missed the cutoff deadline, but you have a amnesty, whatever. I don't know how many people it is, but that'd be a lot of work to do that.
Well, we don't mind doing the work. We want to do the work. Don't get me wrong. We want the people to have it, but at the end of the day, we got to have some mechanism in there to shut it down, because we've got to certify the roll and iron down the budget.
I'd be happy to talk about it.
And the only other thing is, let's see, I think we've kind of gone out of order as far as county attorney and administrator items. If this is our last chance here, I just want.
Well, I've got a few things I just want to talk about.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'll hold my comments, and if I can come back afterwards.
Sure. Go ahead, David. Heather, you got anything you want to talk about? All right. David?
The City of Tallahassee, we've got a evaluation from them. Excuse me. Evaluation from them to, on the sewer system. We've got a price of what they will charge us per 1,000 gallons to send our wastewater to that. We're currently working on that to see how that fits into what we do. We're concerned that it might not work, but yet we don't know. We haven't finished out our complete study yet, but we'll be bringing that for you guys at the next commission meeting to vote on. We'll have that ready to go, either go that way or not. And financially, it doesn't look like it may not fit.
Now, Nancy, I talked to her at CRTPA today. She's just bringing it before their commission Wednesday night to direct staff to get further negotiations.
Right.
To us. And what day did you say you was going to have that? We need a decision?
Well, I'll bring it back for you guys on the 15th.
I mean, are you sure we're going to have firm terms by then?
Well, I've got numbers that I'm working on, and I'm going to shoot them back to Tallahassee and say, here's what'll work financially, and they may say at that point in time, thanks, but no thanks.
I got a problem with that.
Okay.
We have Mr. Sandy MacArthur, who has contributed more to this county than anybody in the county, with the prison system over there, with like a $30 million budget and 500 employees, and Opportunity Park, and he is willing to bid on this deal, and we're not giving him a chance to.
This is for the entire county, not just the northern portion of the county. This is the entire county.
He's got a 1 million gallon plant.
But he will retrofit. He needs to be given the opportunity. Now, he can.
Well, what we were talking about him was the northern part. That's what he wanted, the northern part of the county.
I'm not sure that that's just what he could do.
But the entire wastewater flow would kick him over into the treatment levels that the city of Tallahassee has to do, which he probably would not do that, because that's what we talked about with him, and he said.
You hadn't talked to him since we met with him.
No, I haven't talked to him since we met, but I just got an email from him on that.
Let's talk again, then, if he's willing to bring it up to AWT standards, same trick, because I think part of this, is that they have such an advanced level of wastewater treatment up there, it's almost like we're helping to recharge.
We're helping to recharge the system, and that's the whole reason the city of Tallahassee is the only people out there that have got that level of treatment.
But if Sandy will do it,
but I mean, we've also got if we do that, we could very well we just build onto our own treatment plant that may versus sending it over to him. So
bottom line is, I just want to see I want to ask him if he can do that. And if he says that he can, then he has to bid a competitive bid to do it. I don't want to just give it up with nobody else.
I'm not, and you're right, but the numbers I'm working right now, I'm not sure whether it's going to work with anybody, to be honest with you.
David, even if it says it'll work, I want Sandy to be given the opportunity to say yes or no.
Sure.
David, anything else?
Yes, sorry about that. We had Ralph, do you want to talk about the watershed?
Go ahead if you want. I'll be glad to.
Yeah, Ralph will bring you up to date on our watershed meeting. Also, what I'll be bringing up to you guys, I'm working on that, and I need to talk to each one of you individually. We're going to need a ranking order for our Pot 1 County Restore Act funds if and when we ever get that. And when I say that is we've got to we got to help our committee out to a degree to help with ferreting out projects such as, and what I'm talking about is these are just general terms, so nobody take these as the gospel. Basically what we'll come back to you guys and say, hey, what do you want to do? Do you want to have 25% of these funds go towards county infrastructure projects? That would be one pot. And I'm just throwing out numbers just for 25%.
I'm just saying, asking 5 people to make a decision like that.
But understand, you're also asking a committee of about 13 to make the same decision. All I'm saying is we're going to need some help on this. 25% goes towards a grant match.
However you do it, I'd like it to make it as non-political as possible. What's your best?
And here's the reason I want to do that right now, is I want to do that now so that, because as soon as the dollars get here, it's going to get tough. And if we don't make that decision now, and how to give our committee, which is a very, very good committee, give them some guidelines as to go by. We'll work on some of those. If we don't do it now, if we wait, it's going to be a big food fight. And then you're talking about getting political, it will get political.
I want to add to that a little bit. I'm the commission's liaison on the Restore Act Committee, and this is one thing that has come up periodically. The commission wondering what is the ranking structure that we as the commission are going to use. Now, I've spoken as best I could as a single commissioner, but I've told them, I said, there's going to have to come a time when the 5 commissioners as a whole, I don't want to be just by myself speaking for what all 5 is going to do. I think it would be important to give some sort of direction back to the Restore Act Committee of us as a 5, our ranking structure that we would like to see. It's kind of an unknown that the committee has.
I've talked with several of the committee members, and in my own opinion is that let's just say you've got 10 different groups, and each group produces 10 projects. And that's sort of like being shot at with 10 different shotguns.
Exactly.
I don't know what the dollars amount is. They say, well, in our 10 projects we need $4 million. I don't like the shotgun approach. I'd rather see, instead of 10 groups having 10 projects, I'd rather see 100 groups having 1 project. And basically, and that includes the county. I want to be careful that the county doesn't get in front of the county has certain needs, but I think the public and I think the public needs, their needs are greater than the county needs in a certain, yes, I certainly do believe that, because if you get in the way of restoration, if you get in the way of the artificial reprogramming,
all the same, though. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's right. But I personally, and talking with several of the committee members, they're sort of confused as to about how much of a pot we're going to try to grab. And I do believe we have some items, but I want to see every one of those items stand on its own. I don't want to be shot at with a shotgun and have to choose 10 items when I only like 2 of them. Or let's just say that 10 of those projects, if you've got 10 projects and each one of those projects has got building trees, well, which tree building project are you going to, which project are you going to pull the tree out and say, this is a tree project that I like?
You 5 up there? Y'all got last call, that's your job.
I do, but I want to see, in my opinion...
And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to help you out here, Jerry.
Well,
that's exactly what I'm trying to do. If you'll listen to me, I want to help you out with that decision. All I'm saying is we got to put some criteria behind it. What are you... Because if not, it's going to be an uncontrolled circumstance. We've done good. All I'm trying to do, so you can rifle into what you want versus a shotgun. Right now, it's shotgun.
I understand that, and that's what I'm saying.
What I want you guys to do is give some guidance and says, here's, and it may or may not be different. Here's the pots that we're looking for. These 4 pots, whatever they are. Here's for the first year. Here's the funding. Here's our anticipated plan. Here's the projects that we're going to, based on the law, realize we always got to punt back to what the law says, that, it's going to be restoration of the seafood industry, just for an example. What does that mean based on all that? So
I want to see them one by one, in my opinion.
I understand that. That's y'all, and what I'm doing is saying, we're going to give it so that you don't have 100 projects coming here at one time. It's where you'll say, okay, this is the grouping that we want to see come in here at this point in time, and that's what you'll see.
With all due respect, I don't mind seeing 100 projects, because I can pick out of the 100.
All right. Go ahead.
Well, it just seems much simpler than this.
Talk to the mic.
Okay. Can I speak, because I'm on the committee?
Go ahead, you can speak.
Go ahead. Okay. It's actually, Dave, it's much simpler than that. Why don't you just give them the reform that we're working up to rate projects and let them comment on it. Then you get the same thing. And that's a simple way to do this.
Yeah, Chuck, I agree with you. It's individual rating of the projects.
Well, that's what they are.
I'm trying to work up a process to do it, and why don't y'all just comment on that process?
Right.
Okay, and then you'll have an idea of where they're at.
If I see 100 projects, I can rate 10 of them. It's not a real problem.
No, what the committee's trying to do is work up a way to rate the projects, okay? And we've got this form that we're working up that scores each project. And so we gave you that form. Before we score, you could say what you think about the scoring process.
And that's ultimately where we're going, is that very thing.
It makes it real simple for you to have input into how the Restore Act's committee.
It's a pretty involved form. I've seen the form. I think, Ralph, you might have seen some of it, but it's a pretty involved form.
I understand what Chuck's saying too. There's different ways you can weight different things. Like I made the road paving matrix, and you can make it. I wouldn't say whatever you want, but if you can give a little bit more weight to this criteria than that criteria.
Well, that's what we're trying to do. We're going to that'll be part of it, is bringing that form back to help, because it's not easy. It's a complicated. Believe it or not, it's easy, but it's complicated as well. Trying to make sure we got to meet everybody's needs, and that's what we're trying to do. In no way, shape, fashion, or form are we saying the county projects are moving forward without any. We haven't introduced any county projects. I'm not saying that.
There seems to be. I'm just kidding you, but there seems to be some conversation that the county wants to reach in there and grab a whole handful of that.
You know what? It's funny. The only project we've talked about is our sewer plant. Okay. I think that's consensus with everybody. You know what? And that's the only project we've talked about.
Wonderful. Then I have your.
So I really want to know where those projects come from.
Very good.
Because the only one we've talked about is, now, do we have an adopted infrastructure plan that we would like to get funded? Yeah, but have we talked about funding it out of there? No.
All right. Just ask the question.
Somebody needs to ask the person that's been in front of, and that would be me.
I just did.
And I told you. But I realize it's up to you 5.
Of course.
Y'all, I can say whatever I want to say, but it's you 5.
I know what you're talking about. The sentiment is what?
What? I want to understand that.
Well, basically, there was some conversation that I had with some of the committee, that we were taking projects in on a shotgun approach. That, there was like a group would have 10 projects or something, or 5 projects or something. And then there was conversation that the county had a lineup of, and you just answered it. There was conversation with someone, I guess, and I hate to do that sort of stuff, but there was conversation that someone said that, well, the county has said that this is that they want but You've said not, and...
No, I mean, that's as far from the truth. Do we have an adopted infrastructure plan? Yeah. Do we have projects lined up we could put in it? Yes.
Well, I can tell the next person who tells me that the county only has one project that they're interested in.
That's right, and the only thing...
voted on it. I mean,
No, you haven't voted on anything, and the only thing y'all disseminated, and I have relayed that information, is a sewer plant, and that's a logical thing. If not, it's going to cost the county taxpayers.
I have no problem with that.
So, that is it. So, if anybody says that, they're not telling the truth.
Give us an idea of what these other projects are that they want to spend on if they're not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand that.
Whatever, what do they want to spend them on?
No, they didn't mention that. It's just the thing that the people are bringing projects in, and...
Like what kind of, give me an example.
Oh, I cannot
Well, the
tell you.
TC is one of them. TCC, there's a couple reef, like oyster restoration. There's one that was mentioned about reef restoration, artificial reef
That's
restoration.
not on my priority.
Yes, those are.
Which is also in our evil county budget, that thing, that's in there, is that actually.
Well, there's two, Mr. Edwards.
We all for the people, in case you want.
And the Historical Society has some in there possibly for the Heritage Village.
And I think that the board needs to find out about some of these projects, like the oyster relay. I know there was one done maybe a couple of years ago that I don't know if that even panned out. I don't know what return of those, what return did that grant end up giving the county? In other words, did we get oysters out of it? Was it something that really worked, or did they die? Did what happened? Who kept track of that? I think we need that data to say whether this oyster relay thing even works.
In that case, there was no study on what the return was. There should be.
Well, let me go on. I didn't mean to cause us. We already been here late enough.
Can I just make one conversation, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the conversation kind of took a big left turn.
Yeah.
I think David, and if I'm wrong, stop me, but I think he wasn't talking about specific projects like oyster relay. I think what he was saying is a structure like, do we want to set aside a percentage of this that's going to be used just for a match? So when projects come forward and we say, well, we've got a grant here, if we've got a match, we could go after this grant, but oops, we don't have any money because it's gone. I think that's what he was looking for, to identify, well, and I don't know what that percentage would be, but this much is going to go toward economic development, this much is going to go toward county infrastructure projects that we've got a list of, this amount, and I don't know that that's right or wrong, but it just seemed to me that's where the conversation was going, and then we started getting into our specific projects.
I don't have...
Well, I was in the process of trying to get there sometimes.
You got hijacked.
I got hijacked. The other thing is, next month, we will begin the fuel cleanup of, here on site. The actual fuel cleanup will begin. I want to thank Ms. Keeler. She worked with our company that's doing this, and they actually secured some state-owned equipment that the company will use to get the fuel out of the ground or to lessen it, and that saves us, as the company said, tens of thousands of dollars that we won't have to spend. So I want to thank her for that. And,
the budget on that will be?
$600,000.
Even with us saving hundreds of thousands.
Yeah. It's not a cheap endeavor, that's for sure. Also, we're working on a NERDA. NERDA has expressed more interest into our Mashes Sands project. This is trying to just improve the park, and it's a separate pot of money. So we're trying to push that, so that could be one more that we slide off of our infrastructure plan. Hopefully, we can get that fund.
My bridge?
Yes, your bridge is a part of that. Also, I wanted to take this opportunity to apologize to any of our citizens that about this whole sign ordinance thing. I think we as staff, we probably could have done a better job of explaining it. There was no ill intent on anything. It was a interesting issue, but at the end of the day, what we did was basically codify an old ordinance, and that's what we probably should have said, and I apologize on behalf of the staff for folks that don't understand it, and I also want to extend out a invitation to all businesses and anybody that has a question about it. I think once you come in and you actually read the sign ordinance, you'll see that it's just like AutoZone and Zone and Zaxby's. When they came in and got their permits, they actually could have built a bigger sign. They could have had bigger signs, and so I think what they'll see is at the end of the day it's less restrictive than the old ordinance that was on the books. Somewhat. It wasn't in Unicode, but it was on the books. So, but still, I apologize for that, and I hate that happened. And we will work in the future to explain those clear, especially in our to the commissioners, and also mainly to the citizens, so that they fully understand. And we ask, any citizen that has a concern about it, please come by and see our planning department. We're there, and we're working for you guys, and your salary pays us, and we understand that. And please come by and talk to us about the sign ordinance, and we'll be glad to discuss that with you and what it means and what it doesn't mean. And I think at the end of the day, once people see that, they'll be okay with it. So some people just don't, I understand that as well. They don't want a sign ordinance, which that's fine too, but at least you'll understand where we are at. So that's all I've got.
Ralph, you got anything else? Just to add to that, I think we've got two ordinances. We got to come back and bring a sign ordinance back to. We effectively replaced two ordinances, and that's part of the confusion that I had. I knew about one, never knew about the other one until it was adopted, and so I understand from staff they're going to bring that back as an item to specifically call out those two ordinances that we'll be repealing with that ordinance, and so appreciate everyone's efforts on that.
It's getting late, Jerry. I'm pretty hungry.
The last thing for me, real quick, we were invited to attend a meeting in Gulf County, a watershed meeting, and for Gulf County, Franklin County, and Wakulla County. Basically, county representatives, different forestry service, DEP, water management district, a lot of different players, just to kind of brainstorm in session to see if there's some things that we have in common that we can maybe unite on going after some of the restore funds. And it's not obviously not the Pot 1 money that will come to here, but the competitive pots that we can go after. So we had the first meeting, and there's going to be other meetings, it appears, if everyone is still willing, and so I guess I want to bring you guys up to speed on that and see if that's something that we want to move forward. Of course, we can't make a decision on that, so anything that would be a decision as far as us uniting will come back to this board to ratify. Franklin County was concerned with water flows coming out of Georgia, which that's probably their biggest concern, but probably not a lot that we share in. We might have some water flow issues, but for different reasons than they do. From my opinion, I said my top three concerns, as far as going after restore funds, was sewer, and sewer. And so Gulf County shared that as well, Franklin to some degree, but hopefully we'll come to a consensus of something that we might can go after and show a regional approach to have a better chance of securing some more of those funds.
Basically, I know a lot of people were upset about the sign ordinance. I developed strip centers, and there's not anything about that sign ordinance that bothers me, because it's in most cases it gives me more leeway than I actually need. And having said that, there's a particular business in Panacea, and I'll just ask the question, did that business have 2 signs, or did it have 4? Or did that business have 4 signs, or 6, or 8, or 10, or 12, or 14, or 16? That one business had 17 signs in Panacea. So, that's okay. He has his rights. But then again, we got 30 businesses. Let's say that each one of those businesses in Panacea put up 15 signs. Now we've got 450 signs in a half-mile. So there are needs to eliminate the clutter.
Sounds like a property rights issue to me.
I'd also like to tell Cleve, I appreciate him cutting down the tree that was leaning over the highway over on up in North Rockdale, North Wakulla. I can't get over where I live. But I gave him a note there was a tree leaning over the highway that was dead and it was going to hurt somebody eventually. And he went up there with a saw and cut it down.
Cleve did?
Yeah.
Personally?
Handsaw?
Chewed it in half with his teeth.
He chewed it in half with his teeth.
I don't want to be a sore loser, but I wanted to point out we had the meeting at 5 tonight. I don't think anybody had any problem getting here. It had a packed house. I'll just leave it at that.
You stacked the deck with a wetlands ordinance, huh?
That was on purpose.
Well, I would just like to also extend the invitation again to anybody that would like to come out and help us on Saturday in Sop Chappie at a family circle. Just bring your gloves and help us try to do a good thing and clean up this property. This is something kind of unprecedented we've done a little bit, and I'm anxious to see how it turns out. And if it works successfully, this may be something that we can do in the future for other things as well. But anyway.
Thank you. Appreciate your efforts on that. Howard?
Thank you. Well, I got a couple of questions. I want to try to find out where the board considers real money, because we just heard that there's a $600,000 cleanup. That seems like real money to me. $100,000 that we might be able to recoup, that didn't seem like real money. So risking being the bad guy again about, pointing out things that maybe the board should be taking some action on. One of the things that I'm looking at is making further cuts in our budget as a whole. And that goes back to the large items of our budget, which is, when it comes right down to it, again, the sheriff. And at the same time, I want to try to give some tax relief to our citizens. And I think this board said that they were going to be looking at that, and the budget process is proceeding. So last year, our county sheriff, at the end of the year, had, and I might be wrong, a few $1,000s, but that shouldn't matter to this board, because $100,000 doesn't matter. $231,000 or $230,000 or thereabouts that they hadn't spent at the end of the year, and approximately $100,000 of that was given out in a questionable bonus scheme. That $230,000 may be, and I have to go back to the clerk's office to clarify it, it's still in the budgets of the coming year of the sheriff, and I think it is. So that means we start with an excess of $230,000, and now for the next budget process, which is in our numbers right now, we're just throwing that $230,000 back in there, which doesn't seem like they need, and I'm proposing that that should be cut. Okay, it didn't need to be used last year. They have reserves. That's one item. And where I'm going with this is stacking up several items. And every one of them is not going to be popular. But if we don't want to label ourselves as a tax and spend board and keep on spending our taxpayers' dollars, we have to reverse what's going on.
Isn't that what the board's supposed to do, is spend taxpayers' dollars, just do it wisely?
Wisely is a good idea. I like wisely, but the tax and spend are just, how to resolve issues is not to make the cuts but to spend. That part of it I don't think I like very much. So yes, we do take taxpayers' money and we have to be very frugal with it. And that's that fiduciary responsibility that we all have as elected members.
You don't think holding the millage rate at 8.5 for several years instead of going to the roll-up rate is being responsible and
absolutely
sensitive to taxpayers?
Absolutely a good move. Absolutely a good move. I think we can do better though. When we have that office that has $230,000 at the end of the year, we should look at that and say, let's bring it down.
That would
Okay.
definitely be something to look at. I
Okay.
would prefer, however, I don't want to cut you off too bad, but
Well,
I'd like to see that go to build our reserves.
wherever, okay? But one of my things is, I'm different with you on that. Maybe we can split the difference. Maybe we can give, try to let me finish one time.
Go ahead.
Over here. Or is that intentional or unintentional?
Very unintentional.
Okay, thank you. All right, so here's another area that I guess I shouldn't be talking about, and I did mention it earlier this evening. Since 2000, we have given $750,000 of taxpayer money to the senior center. Love the senior center. Love going there, love the people there, love the activities there. It's a wonderful center. But part of when the board started to fund the senior center to help them out was to get them on their feet. During that same period of time, or part of that same period of time, the CEO at the senior center was making a salary, I am told, of above $100,000. That sort of sticks in my car. Okay? So I think that we should be looking at throttling back some of the money that's scheduled for the senior center. There's two pots of money that we have in our budget this year for the senior center. One is labeled senior center contribution. It's $31,384. The other one is transportation, which is $37,717. I think that I would like the board members to look at that $31,384 and see what you think about possibly pairing that out. There are other items that I'm going to hold off because I'm not totally prepared to present them, but they're significant in numbers as well. And
library, is that one of them you were thinking about?
No, I go to Jerry's house to read the library, that private one.
What about the veterans? Is that one of them?
No, I haven't looked at the veterans yet. Were you looking at the veterans?
I want to ask, okay, I'm going to throw this in there. How about the code enforcement board that costs us $183,000 a year to have? Is that one of the ones that you're looking at maybe scaling back some of the cost?
Well, I think that if this board wants to keep on continuing not trying to collect fees or whatever, then it's almost impossible to have a code enforcement board that we should be paying for.
I just hope that this is not going down the road for a token tax cut.
It is.
Okay, well, a small decrease in the PST or a tenth of a mil or whatever, is that really going to, help a family out? And if really, or is it just, I don't think there's a bunch of waste. If you find a bunch of waste, let's put it towards our reserve.
Well, if you don't consider tightening up the budget in some of those areas I just mentioned, then it doesn't make any difference, does it? But when we can give somebody even a 2% decrease in one of their taxes, I think to certain people it means a whole heck of a lot.
I'll tell you, in my opinion, what we're going to do here with the senior citizen, we're going to punish the most unfortunate people of our community. The senior center delivers food in that transportation. They deliver 800 meals a week. So you want to just take those meals away from those people who depend upon that food?
Don't be silly, Commissioner.
It's not silly. Hey, I have the floor. Was that intentional?
Well, it was intentional.
Well, okay. But what I'm hearing is you want to cut the budget of the senior center, and that will directly affect the 800 food people that receive food per week. And I'm not going to have a part of that.
And also I want to add that they actually cut there was federal money, but it was cut the money that goes to Meals on Wheels anyway. So the senior center is already working on a tighter budget than what they have. And I just want to comment on that as well. I fully support the sheriff's office. I fully support the senior center. I think both of them need what it is they're getting. We just had a public workshop on the budget. We have an opportunity to move forward with a balanced budget without raising the millage rate, without raising any taxes. If we just pull a number out of the hat and throw it out as a token tax, we automatically offset our budget immediately. And I'm going to just call it what I think it is. I mean, this seems odd to me, but I believe that the attack on the prior administration of the sheriff's office, and also is trying to single out the senior center, which also was run by a prior administration of the sheriff's office, I believe it's politically motivated, and we're not going to be a part of it.
Well, you don't have to be a part of it, Commissioner Hardin, and I'm sorry that you think that way. But, when we're looking at the sheriff's budget and you have an excess in it at the end of the year, and you don't think that should be tightened up, And I'm sorry. No, we have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers of this county. We have a responsibility to spend the tax dollars wisely and to tax them wisely. And if you're saying that we should, if you're saying that my pointing out this means I don't support the sheriff's department, you're wrong. If you mean that my pointing out this in the senior center means I don't support the senior center, you're wrong. But if I want to stick my hand in my pocket and contribute to the senior center, I will. I think that after 13 years of contributing to the level that we have been contributing to the senior center, it's time to look at it, and that's all I'm asking you to do. Look at it. Because we are taxing our citizens in order to provide that. People who are upset about tax money going to a possible community center. It's the same situation. It's a county facility, okay, and we are supporting it, and it's a good facility to support. But if we want to reverse some of these, what I think are excess, at the same time that we're giving to the county, to that senior center, that someone can pull a salary, as I mentioned before, out of it. That doesn't sit very well with me.
I toured the sheriff's department the other day, and whenever I went to the EOC, and I went to the area also, the 911 dispatch. There's four 911 dispatch stations in there, but only 2 of them had staff there because they didn't have the money to hire the other 2 staff to man the other 2 positions. And they had, at the time, just a short time I was there, they had 8 calls come in, and they could only, those 2 was answering as much as they could. And whenever someone called in, they was having to go back and call that number back. Now, whenever you're talking about a 911 call, you're talking about public safety, you're talking about people's lives, and right now they're only using 2 because they don't have the money for 4. So if you go and cut that anymore, then you're going to be down to just 1 person handling all the 911 for all of the 911 calls, and that's just one example. And I work at a prison. I've spent the last 16 years guarding inmates. I know what it is that they deal with. Whenever I walked around that jail, I just as well have been at my own job. I know what it is they deal with, and I fully support them.
And I fully support it also, and I just want to say that just because you point out an area to cut, the sheriff's department, you always go to the most critical jobs, look at the ones that aren't, but that's not our job. That's the sheriff's job to look at his budget. Our job is to set the money that we're going to be putting into his budget, and that's what I would like, that's my wish, that this board at least look at, instead of doing, okay, we approve the budget.
The current director of the senior center is getting a drastically reduced salary.
I understand
What you
that.
just mentioned.
I understand that.
All right. I don't think we're going to resolve anything. These are all good topics for the budget workshop. Didn't we just have one last week? Okay.
That was our second one.
Yes, sir. And we got more to come. All right. Anybody else got anything to say? About a motion to adjourn. All right. We're adjourned. Is that, oh, it says